Thank you guys so much for joining. We're going to give it a bit of time and wait to see who joins. Lots of things to discuss today. Um, First and foremost, what I want to talk about is going to be Freemasonry and tourism. Um, because I've said this a million times as I just try to get some stuff set up. See if this works. Just trying to set a quick super chat goal. All right, let's see if we can get this goal set just for fun, just to try something different. In the meantime, thank you all for joining. Hope you're all doing very well. Hope you all had a great weekend. I had an excellent weekend taking part in Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling. 2 days of absolutely incredible and amazing professional wrestling, Canadian professional wrestling at St. Clair College. It was a blast. I loved it. Um, I had a really incredible time, and I'm looking forward to a great time today. So let's wait to see who joins. Jump in the chat, say hello. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to see it. No, we do not. For some reason, my computer stuff is acting funky. Oh, there we go. I think we're okay. All right. We got some poll questions to do. We got some stuff to talk about. I've set a goal of 50 super chats. Let's see if we can get there. I'll be hosting some special, if I can. If we get to 50 super chats, I'll be hosting some special Q&A sessions. I want to set a really big goal to see how it goes. There's lots of fun things to talk about today outside of the main topic, which is Freemasonry and tourism and the tourism industry. But for the time being, let's wait to see who joins. Okay. Let's give it some time and let's see who joins. Now, there's a lot of things I want to talk about outside of Freemasonry and tourism, but Freemasonry and tourism, I think, is a very good discussion point because it ties into this idea of Freemasonry and relevance to our communities. Specifically, in this case, economic relevance. Tourism is a major driver of the economy, and Freemasonry can be a major driver of tourism. I'm just going to go close my window. It's not that warm today. It's actually a cool day for a change, and very noisy out here. Thankfully, it's the type of day where a little bit of noise is not going to hurt anybody. Kurt K, welcome. Which FIFA? I mean, I'm going to support Canada. I don't really follow soccer or football, if you will, enough to know what shot they have, if they have any shot. But nonetheless, I love, um, I love Canada. I want us to succeed, and so I'm cheering for Canada. Please hit like and subscribe. Motor memories. I love Chinese food. Chinese food is incredible. Please hit like and subscribe. Motor memories, same thing. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would really, really appreciate it. And I hope that you are doing well. Let me know how your day is treating you. Looks like we got some new people on the stream, which is great to see. I've got my super chat goal, 50 super chats in 3 hours. Let's see if we can get there. Hello, Rhonda Tabor. Please hit like and subscribe. I think you're new to this stream also. I hope that you are doing well. Greasy Ronnie, you look new as well. I hope you're doing well. Greetings from India, Kartikeya. Greetings. I mean, I'm not a huge UFC fan. I'm also not a huge fan of the current person in the Oval Office, but I'm glad it went well nonetheless. I saw some pictures, I will say they look beautiful, and celebrations like that I don't think are the worst things ever. So, it's nice to see people celebrating something and enjoying themselves. Freemasonry is not Kabbalah for anyone. Freemasonry is a separate institution. I mean, Jason, keep in mind I'm Canadian, but I know many Masonic groups and organizations are planning special events for Canada's 100, or sorry, excuse me, for America's 250th, as they should. I've said it a million times. I'll say it a million more. Freemasonry is, Canada is the greatest country in the world, in part because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. Um, and I love America, and I wish them nothing but the best for this entire 250th year, including 250th celebrations on on July 4th. It is not 100% Jewish. It is not 1% Jewish. It is a separate thing from one's religion or ethnicity. Well, maybe I'll go back to growing myself a long beard. Um, who knows? But I gotta be clean shaven because I'm a professional wrestling referee, and they like us to remain clean shaven. Um, the focus needs to be on the wrestlers, as it should be. Well, thank you, Opal. So motor memories, that's a really good couple of questions there, motor memories. When you say what makes me talk about this, obviously, I know what you mean. Nothing makes me talk about Freemasonry. I choose to talk about it. And the reason I choose to talk about it is because I love it. Why do I love it? I mean, who knows? Why does anybody love anything? Why do you love your favorite song? There's something about it that speaks to you, and there's something about Freemasonry that speaks to me. Um, and I wanted to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession, and doing so through content creation. It's a really good way to do it because I think Freemasonry needs to be treated more as a profession by its membership. Greasy, that's a weird question. I usually ban people for that because it's a stupid question as well. So don't ask stupid questions. Um, the different degrees in Freemasonry, Sunflower, there are 3 degrees in Craft Lodge, and those are the degrees that are the most important. The third degree is the highest degree in Freemasonry. So there's Entered Apprentice, Fellow Craft, and Master Mason. Ultimately, those degrees are meant to reflect or represent the journey of a stonemason as he travels from entered apprentice or an apprentice craftsman through to a teacher craftsman. Motor Memories, Freemasonry is a civic institution or a civic group. It's a community club, a community group that has existed for over 300 years and evolved from stone Masonic guilds in the Middle Ages. Um, so females can be Freemasons. Opal Rose, despite what some people will say to the contrary, there exists within Freemasonry. There's the Order of Women Freemasons, there's Eastern Star, there's even Rainbow for young women. So there are many examples of women Freemasons. In fact, the Order of Women Freemasons has existed since 1908, to its credit, and it's been an amazing part of our Masonic family. I mean, the extent to which it's been both influential and controversial, I guess, depends on a lot of different factors and how you define those terms. I think ultimately the reason it's been influential is because civic institutions became incredibly popular at a variety of times throughout history. And as a consequence, a lot of people were part of them, and people will view those things perhaps with a level of suspicion, unfortunately. Um, in terms of why why it's been viewed with controversy, I think a lot of times it's simply that people are struggling to deal with different challenges in their life and looking for scapegoats to be able to explain or justify those struggles. And Freemasonry can provide a convenient scapegoat. Yes, it is not a cult. Gamers, thank you for being here. It's unfortunate a lot of people don't talk about it, and I wish they did because it is a really cool history. Yes, they do, Opal Rose. A lot of Freemasons do a lot of charitable work and charitable engagement. I think it's one of the best parts of Freemasonry is our charity. Freemasonry itself is not a charity, but through the pooling of resources, it does a ton of charitable work for the communities in which it's located, which I think is truly one of the best parts about it. Sid Hart, thank you so much, and thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Once again, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Hello from Pakistan. Good to see you. I'm doing well, Blue Creeper 7321. Don't be too creepy. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. We're just giving a bit of time, wait to see who joins. I have a lot of things I want to talk about today, a lot of congratulations I want to give, a lot of things I want to note, but for the time being, I just want to hang out and wait to see who joins. Opal Rose, it's great. I mean, I'm sad that your dad had to have a burial. That sucks. But it's great, and I'm happy that the lodge was able to assist. Depending on the Masonic Lodge itself and its finances, it may help if it can. Okay, pass in '09. It still sucks. Whether it was '09 or you know, yesterday, it still really sucks. So to lose a family member. So he was younger. Obviously, I'm sorry, but I'm glad that the Masons were able to help him out. Masons, aside from helping out sometimes with burial costs, will help out with things as it relates to funeral costs and putting on Masonic funeral services, which is a special ceremony we have within Freemasonry to both pay respects to the deceased and thank the family for allowing their father, their husband, their friend to spend time with us. I went to Masonic Lodge today. Well, that sounds then like that's a racist thing to say, and I'm sorry if that happened. That sucks. That guy's not acting the way Masons should. He's being a jerk. Um, I highly question it though, Dominus, because Freemasonry welcomes men of all different faiths, all different backgrounds, but also all different ethnicities, races, mother tongues, languages, etc., etc. I've sat in lodge with people of all different shades, and I'm proud to say I have done so. A big hat because I got a big forehead. Well, motor, I mean, people like conspiracy theories for a variety of reasons. It's unfortunate, But many people, if they're struggling in life, will find solace and comfort in conspiracy. And by doing so, it makes them feel better about their life, about what's happening in their life. So yeah, it really does suck, and it's really unfortunate when things like that happen. I think a great example of why stuff like that can happen is this movie called Bug, B-U-G, from 2006. And I think it does a really good job of explaining why it is that people will fall for conspiracy and conspiracy theories and choose to believe in stuff that is obviously nonsensical. And I think it applies to Freemasonry as much as anything else. Am I in Boston? Do I sound like I'm from Boston, Chris? I'm in Windsor, Ontario. Lived here the last 20 years. An incredible city. I love it. One of the greatest, I mean, I've said it a million times, Canada, the greatest country in the world, in part because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. Good afternoon, Brother Michael Moore. Brother Michael Moore is going to be a good resource on this stream. I don't know how long he can stick around, but he's talked a lot about the Detroit Masonic Temple, right? As somebody who wants to talk about Freemasonry and its influence on local economies or its relevance on local economies, particularly the tourist sector, I think Detroit knows something about that. You know, Detroit Masonic Temple is a major economic driver for the city of Detroit, and I would argue actually the whole state of Michigan. Um, Best YouTube I follow are Canadian. There you go, Opal Rose. By the way, give a shout out. Who are some of your favorite YouTubers from Canada that you follow outside of me, obviously? Um, which is the best one. What's your second favorite Canadian YouTuber? By the way, I just discovered, this has nothing to do with anything about Freemasonry, but I discovered this singer on YouTube. Her name is Charlie Ray, Charlie Rae. She has like 1,350 or something subs, which is insanely low because she's super talented. She did this cover of a song called Stay, which is on a movie I like called Chasing Amy. She also has this song called Take Me Down, which I featured on the short. So good. So check her out if you can because she is talented as F. And I just found her. Your Adore. I don't think 135 is that impressive. So Nerdy Crafter, multiple stacking channels. What does Nerdy Crafter talk about? Also, we have June 25th, so 10 days from now, we have The Bear being released for its final season. I've written about The Bear and Freemasonry, and I plan to, on that day, do a whole episode about lessons from The Bear that we can apply to our Masonic experience. It is also T minus 7 days until we are go for launch. We are going to be live streaming the fireworks taking place at the Detroit Windsor River. It's an amazing event. It happens every year around this time to celebrate our two great cities, our two great state, province, and our two great countries. And so, yeah, I'm going to be live streaming that because I'm lucky enough to have an absolutely beautiful view of the fireworks. That'll be June 22nd at 9:30 Eastern. It's going to start. So, craft reviews. Brother Michael Moore. Good afternoon, Brother Harry. I will look into it. I mean, I'm always wanting to see, YouTubers get a shout out. I think it's well deserved. So I want to see them be supported as much as we can. Um, and yeah, that's awesome. It's not easy streaming. I'm not saying it's rocket science for the record, but it's not as easy to stream as maybe sometimes people think. Like today when the computer's being a pain. Jeremy, how's it going? Thank you for being here. Motor memories, I'm very sorry. I don't know anything about numerology. I knew some Masons who were into it, but I'm not. And it's just not something I know very much about. So I can't really speak on it. Other than to say, Freemasonry has nothing inherently to do with numerology. That's not to say that numbers aren't important in Freemasonry. They are. But the idea that numbers have some type of mythical or spiritual power, they're important because they demonstrate the rational nature of the universe, at least in my opinion. Looks like we have somebody who knows about numerology. Jeremy, whatever you say, sent sparkles. Thank you so much for that. We're just going to keep hanging out. First hour, as you guys know, I don't have any specific talking points. I just hang out and chat about whatever. So let's see what people want to talk about. Second hour, second 60 minutes. First, I have to send out some congratulations, some really cool things that we have happening, which I want to celebrate and note. And then I want to go into the main topic, which is Freemasonry and economic relevance, particularly tourism. A lot of people don't connect Freemasonry to tourism, and it's unfortunate because they should, because it connects in a variety of ways. And Freemasonry will never grow, or at least become what it should be, what it can be, if we do not find a way to not simply be relevant to our communities, but to actually demonstrate the relevance we already have to our communities. Very often, people don't realize how relevant Freemasonry is to people or to themselves. Your local Spurs, no, I mean, you get here when you get here. I appreciate you showing up whenever you can. I mean, what I will say is it's beautiful weather here in Windsor today. Not too hot. It's beautiful. It's nice. I don't need the air conditioner. I don't need anything like that. So I'm grateful for this beautiful weather. I don't know about other parts of the country. Canada's a big country, and you can have beautiful weather in Windsor and horrible weather in Manitoba, and then beautiful weather again in BC. The most important thing, you can have beautiful weather in Windsor and horrible weather in London. The most important thing is whatever our weather is, we are making sure that if there is a weather-related emergency, heat emergency, storm, whatever it might be, that we are checking in on our brothers, making sure that they're okay, making sure they're not struggling at all. Making sure that if our building experiences some type of weather emergency, we have the proper insurance and safety protocols in place. No, Hendrix, that's baloney, and you know that's baloney. You're just being a dumbass. 78, I mean, that's not terrible. That sounds okay, but I'm one of those people who I like it on the cool side. Mid 60s is good enough for me. Um, yes, Waylon, I was going to ask you because I saw you also liked my Instagram post. Thank you for that. How was it? I'm hoping that you really enjoyed it. You once again joined an incredible lodge. Hesperia is absolutely awesome. So tell those guys I hope that I say hello. I'd love to get to see them again soon. They're awesome. That's true. There's nothing like a Masonic initiation. There's nothing like a Masonic second degree or a Masonic third degree for that matter. So enjoy the process. You're really going to enjoy it. And you're part of a great lodge. I cannot do a backflip because I have no legs. I'll get my second and third on the 20th. Oh, so you guys, yeah, I've heard Illinois does multiple degrees in a day sometimes. So that's awesome. Good for you. There's no bonfires in woods at 3 a.m. Hendrix, you're just a dumb person, which is fine. You get to be dumb on the internet, but Unfortunately, we live in a world now where everybody has the right to be stupid on the internet. Um, Hello, Abden. Maxwell Decker, uh, dying now due to stage 4 liver and respiratory failure. That sucks. I'm very sorry to hear that, especially it sounds like you have a family from what I read. But even if you didn't, it still sucks. I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope you have people around you during what is, I'm sure, a very, very challenging time. Um, I have no legs, DCI, so I cannot. Consider yourself. I don't know who Edgar Casey is. Never heard of him before. William, thoughts on alcoholism. Well, I've never had a drink of alcohol. I never want to. I think, like anything else, it's a combination of factors. It's absolutely a disease that affects, unfortunately, a lot of people. And it's not their fault if they have the disease, but it is their responsibility to seek help and seek treatment. It's no different than anything else, right? If you have, heaven forbid, knock on wood, cancer, it's not your fault, but you do have a responsibility to get yourself treatment. And within that context, I think that it's also a responsibility to find supportive people. Now, that can be through AA or NA, and many Masonic buildings actually host and rent out their space for AA and NA meetings, which I think is an awesome thing to do, genuinely. But they can also, find support and brotherhood through, for example, the Freemasons. No, we did not. Too evil, too open. Now you're kind of a bit close to the bone. We do a lot of community support to help people who have cancer, whether it be giving them rides to and from the hospitals, or giving them financial support, or funding research through, for example, Masonic Medical Research Institute for some of these diseases. My dad has derogatory. I don't know what that means. Does that mean your dad doesn't like Freemasonry? I don't think we're the greatest of all time, Waylon, and that's been from someone who spent a ton of time engaged with Freemasonry and is grateful for all of it. I think there's many ways to be the greatest of all time, but I think Freemasonry absolutely has contributed a great deal to the world and has helped make the world a better place in a variety of ways. And for that, I'm truly grateful. Um, Hello, Abin. Thank you for being here. Um, so JS, Maxwell Decker. Oh, sorry, number 33. I mean, number 33, it matters because it's a number that comes after 32. It really has no more special significance than that, despite what the conspiracy theorists like to say. It's an honorary degree in the Scottish Rite. It's an invitational degree. It's a really special degree, but it does not mean you're any more important than, say, a third degree. The third degree is the highest degree within Freemasonry. JS, why is it you don't like Freemasons? Call us a bunch of dogs. I think we're quite handsome, cool fellows, but what do I know? Yeah, well, Dylan, my streams, right, are normally Monday through Fridays, 1 a.m. and 1 p.m. And then the weekend I don't stream, but I post a lot of stuff on social media. Although I do sometimes try to do interviews with people and post those on weekends. But Dylan, if you ever want to, um, um, if you ever want to know what's going on, um, like if you're ever concerned that you're missing me, the best thing to do is make sure that you turn on your notification bell. That way, if you ever miss me, um, or if you ever, that way whenever I'm streaming, you'll find the notification bell, and you'll know when I'm streaming. It happens all the time, Michael Moore. You kind of get used to it. It's just part of being on social media. Um, Consider yourself. I mean, there's some truth to that. Um, you know, It's not that it was necessarily designed or meant to be for rich people or businessmen, but rather, historically, I mean, it was one of those situations where most quote unquote regular people, I'm talking about the Freemasonry, right? Like the philosophical organization, were busy tending farms, working 12, 15, 16 hours a day. They did not have a lot of leisure time. The little leisure time they did was not going to be spent going to and from Masonic Lodge meetings. Like the first three speculative Masons that we know of were kind of gentlemen nobility out of Scotland, the Anderson brothers. Um, no, again, it's all relative. There were plenty of people who were of noble families, but were actually dirt broke. Like Anthony Sayer, the first Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of England, famously, he was, he had to ask for assistance from his Masonic brethren to pay for his estate's funeral expenses, if I recall correctly. Or he had to ask his Masonic brethren for financial assistance on a couple of occasions. But definitely in the 1920s and the 1950s, you start to see way more middle class Freemasons for a variety of reasons. Part of it was returning soldiers from World War One and World War Two, who were primarily middle class, were joining. Um, and so that was a big part of it. But it was never meant exclusively for the upper crust, but historically, one of the issues with just the ability for people to join these groups was because middle class people did not have a lot of time, did not have a lot of disposable income. By default, it was more upper class people that joined. But it changed, especially another thing that really changed it, and people don't realize it, was the invention of the automobile and um, the promulgation, is that the right term I'm looking for? The expansion of the automobile to more and more people, which meant farmers and people living in the country could actually make it to the city for a Masonic Lodge meeting and make it back in the same day, as opposed to needing to rely on horse and carriage, which obviously took a lot longer and meant that people living out in the country could not make it to Masonic events regularly. Also, the 1920s and the demographic shift and the increase of people living in cities had a major impact on that as well. So there you go. Dylan, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Um, so, Slick Rick, Albert Pike was not a Satanist, probably not a Satanist. I mean, I never talked to the dude, obviously. He was a Christian. He would have identified himself as a Christian. I would also say he was almost certainly a Luciferian, which is not the same thing as a Satanist. They have different beliefs. Um, I don't know if Dark to Light came exclusively from Albert Pike. I think it probably came even before him, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I've talked about Albert Pike a lot on this stream. He's become kind of a pain in my ass. Albert Pike believed that the pursuit of knowledge was equivalent to pursuing Lucifer, not Lucifer Satan, but Lucifer, a Prometheus type of figure. But he also believed that if you were searching for that light and that knowledge without a solid grounding in either Christianity or some type of solid grounding principle, the knowledge would be too great and would blind you and would in some ways deceive you. It was kind of like knowledge without morality is dangerous. Oh, that's cool, Dad. Yeah, the next set of steps is I need to take more tests on July 5th, and then I need to wait because I need to get one more test done at a hospital. It takes like an hour. I'm just waiting to get my appointment date. It may happen end of July if it does happen. We don't know for sure. We're gonna wait and see. Um, yeah, the Illuminati, Slick Rick, has not existed in any meaningful way since I don't even know when. I always say about 100 years ago. Obviously, they were competing groups started in, I mean, the Illuminati started in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, um, who did not like Freemasonry. I mean, the problem with saying, like, talking about the Illuminati and whether the Illuminati existed or not, if three guys get together in their mom's garage and create an email and send it out saying we are the Illuminati, join us. Well, now the question is, does the Illuminati exist, right? Like you can make that definition, what does exist or what doesn't exist about anything, right? There are so many groups claiming to be the Illuminati that a lot of people will say, well, of course they exist. This group here, this group here. The better way to say it, and the way I always say it, is it's not about whether something exists or not. It's about whether something is relevant in the world and in communities. And for really over 100 years, the Illuminati has not been in any way relevant in any community, except as a way to scam people out of their money. I worship Zeus. He is the true God. Um, Well, Jack, I mean, for the first part about Zeus, if I were to believe that you were serious and not a troll, and you came to a lodge and said your supreme being is Zeus, so long as I felt that you were um, legitimate in that belief, then that would count as a supreme being. As for the second, it sounds to me like you're being a reviler of religion, and that is not cool on this channel. Not cool on any channel. We have many Christian Freemasons. I would say the majority of Masons are Christian. And so, yeah, but we also have obviously Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh. The point is, we want to be respectful of everyone's religious beliefs. Um, so, and Kino, not exactly. You've kind of got it mixed up there. The Knights Templar existed in its original form from about 11 whatever it was to 1308, when obviously the King of France ordered order 66 them, to use a Star Wars term. Freemasonry then started about 400 years later. However, some Freemasons, one French Freemason in particular, really liked the symbolism and not idols, but the symbolism and the ideology and the beliefs and what the Knights Templars represented in their best forms, and adopted many Knights Templar symbols and identity into Freemasonry. But it was retconned in. It's not an original connection. Thank you for the hat, the Rand. That's incredibly kind of you. Man, you should grow a beard. So you're saying I look better with the beard. Um, Kabbalah plays a role in Freemasonry, but so does Egyptian mysticism. So does stone Masonic guilds. So does Stoic philosophy. So does Christianity. So does the Muslim faith. I would say it doesn't play a bigger role than anything else. Freemasonry borrowed from a lot of different identities and ideologies. But I can't think of his name now. Brother Michael Moore may know it. There's a YouTube lecture about the connection between Freemasonry and the Kabbalah. It's kind of interesting. And it's done by a legit Mason, and it's an interesting thing. But the idea of it playing a big role, like, no. It just plays a role. But so does many other things. At its core, the thing that plays the biggest role in Freemasonry and that is most relevant to Freemasonry, it really is stone Masonic guilds of the Middle Ages. It's that simple. Or stone Masonry. R.F. Hunting. What about Gnosticism? Gnosticism, again, it's a philosophy. It's not even really an order, right? It's just a philosophy. But sure, Gnosticism, as in the search for knowledge, there are some connections there between Gnosticism and Freemasonry, but not direct. I am not Catholic at all, Mario. Albert Pike was, I don't know if he was a Confederate general. He was a Confederate soldier, if nothing else. I can't remember off the top of my head if he was a general. I'm not a huge fan of Albert Pike. I mean, look, I think what he wrote in Morals and Dogma, I think some of what he said was good, and a lot of what he said was bad, and a lot of what he said was you know, I'm on the fence about. Keep in mind, he was writing his personal philosophical ideals about Freemasonry. He was not writing a Masonic manual, nor is he writing any rules for Freemasons. When I joined Freemasonry, I am under the auspices of the Grand Lodge of Canada in the province of Ontario. That is whom I answer to. Albert Pike has nothing to do with my Masonic journey, except maybe as a philosophical kind of, except as imbuing philosophies into this thing called Freemasonry, which I am free to reject and dissent from as I so please. Um, right? The idea that he is somehow or some way representative of Freemasonry as a whole is silly. And he even admits that, right? At the start of Morals and Dogma, the very first thing he says is everyone is free to reject or dissent from his work anything he finds to be untrue or unsound, right? Um, the thing about that also is I think the idea of him being a member of the Confederacy, which he was, but later on in his life, he seems to have softened his views on black people a great deal, even saying positive things about Prince Hall Masonry. And supposedly he was actually good friends with a Prince Hall Mason. So it makes me wonder and makes me question, whether maybe some of the good Masonic philosophies and good Masonic principles actually at some point maybe managed to touch his heart a little bit and make him have more positive views on, or better views, I should say, on people of different races. I mean, I've never heard Morals and Dogma quoted in any of my first three degrees. But why is the 33rd degree so important? Um, right? What makes this 33rd degree Slick Rick so important? And also, was he writing the rituals for every jurisdiction? Was he responsible for every jurisdiction? And what does Albert Pike have to do with the Shrine, with the York Rite, with Craft Lodge, with Demolay, with Rainbow, with Eastern Star, or with the myriad of other Masonic orders that are equal to, if not in some ways more important than Scottish Rite? Um, Blackwater Gun. In some ways, Freemasonry, Blackwater Gun, by the way, Blackwater Gun, please hit like and subscribe. Freemasonry can feel like a multiverse. Um, the number of different organizations, structures, jurisdictions that exist, all of which are independent. No, no one is any more powerful or more in control than the other, can make it feel um, um, a bit like a multiverse. Again, why is more than dogma relevant to me, a Mason from Canada? Uh, and like, what is this obsession with the 33rd degree? It's something I don't understand where people get it from. I don't understand conspiracy theories and why they love 33rd degrees so much. For 99% of Masons, it has nothing to do with their Masonic career. It doesn't have any influence, financial or otherwise, in the lodge runnings, in the lodge experience. As worshipful master of a lodge, I would actually outrank a 33rd degree Mason if they were to attend my Masonic lodge meeting. And I would be able to tell them, if they're getting out of hand or whatever it is. Um, I think it's always a good black water gun to gain insight from the world in which we live. And I think Freemasonry is one way that you can gain those insights. It's not the only way, it's not the exclusive way. There are many ways to gain insight into this world. I think that's really the beautiful thing about Freemasonry is it's not the exclusive way to gain insights into the world, but it is a really fascinating and really cool way to gain insights into the world. And it's the way I choose because it speaks to me. Um, so keep in mind, and keynote, Manly P. Hall, he wrote his famous book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, before he was a Freemason. About 30 years or so before he was a Freemason. So you need to keep that in mind. Um, I'm not saying he wasn't, did not become a Freemason. He did out of California, but the idea that he was, that he was writing for Freemasons, again, no one person, I don't care who you are, and this goes to me as well, just for the record, no one person speaks for Freemasonry or can speak to what Freemasonry is. We can give our opinions, our philosophies, and our views on Freemasonry, and I'm happy to do so. I can give you facts about Freemasonry. Um, like, for example, the founding of the Premier Grand Lodge of England was in June 24th, 1717. That's just a fact. But I'm going to give you my opinions on Freemasonry and what I think it is. You need to take that with a grain of salt. And remember to double check through a variety of sources. My best source, or the source I recommend, is Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap. So, Slick Rick, I mean, I don't know if Albert Pike was involved in the KKK or not. I know for sure that Nathaniel Bedford Forrest was, and he was also a Freemason. To my knowledge, Albert Pike was, I don't even think he was a member of the KKK, though I could be mistaken about that. But he might have been. He certainly was and had many racist views throughout his life. There's no question about that. What I would say is that would show that he misunderstood a lot of Masonic teachings, but also keep in mind, I said this before, later on in his life and as he got older, he ended up saying a lot of positive things about Prince Hall Freemasonry and actually supposedly was a good friend of the Grand Master of Prince Hall Freemasonry in one jurisdiction. So it makes me think that maybe Masonic views, teachings got to him in a certain way and made him reconsider his views on people of a different race. In which case, that'd be an example of Freemasonry doing right. Um, yeah, we all have our own opinions on the Masonic lodges, and I speak for me. Now, again, there are facts like the Premier Grand Lodge of England was formed in June 24th, 1717. The majority of Masonic organizations require belief in a supreme being. In Ontario, you need to be 21 years of age to be a Freemason. Those are simply facts about Freemasonry. If, however, you are asking for, like, what does Freemasonry mean? Why is it important? Why does it matter? Every Mason is going to have a different view on that, is going to have a different opinion on that, right? Just like no two people will hear the same song and hear the same thing. Or they'll hearing the same thing, but they're hearing it through, a mind that has its own opinions, its own history, its own experiences, its own emotions. And as a consequence of that, do its best to will interpret it. Right? I will listen to the song Simple Man and say it's the greatest song in the world. You may hear it, think it's a terrible song. Neither one of us is correct or incorrect. Um, so consider yourself every now and then the lodge will, I mean, if the lodge is doing a special event or could be anything, a special event, a charitable drive, a celebration, a who knows what, they may contact the press and say, hey, we're raising money for this charity. Can you come out, do a story on it? And sure, it does happen. Usually those requests will go through the worshipful master of the lodge and the secretary of the lodge, and they'll send somebody to talk about it. I wish we spent more time talking to the press, to be honest. I think one of the biggest issues we have right now is we don't spend near enough time talking to the press about Freemasonry and about the things that we're doing. I've been very proud to at least develop something of a, decent relationship in, when it comes to our Masonic lodges and the local press, especially a couple years ago when I organized a pretty big event at the Masonic Temple and had a lot of success with it. Am I an active Freemason? I am, Blackwater Gun. Now, there is no set definition for what makes an active Freemason. I defined active Freemason in a story I wrote for Medium as attending at least two or more meetings per year, which honestly isn't that active. Like if you were to ask somebody, do you work out actively? And they were to say, I work out 2 months a year, or sorry, 2 days a year, you wouldn't consider that to be active. But Freemasonry is a unique duck. But I am out at Masonic Lodge meetings almost every night of the week. Sometimes, at least 4 or 5 times a week. At least once upon a time I was. And that would include coffee clubs and special events, not to mention travel. Aslam, because I'm so handsome, if I didn't have this huge cave on my face, I wouldn't leave any women for the rest of you. Hello from Albania. You go to, I don't know what Hollow Creek is, Oscar, but thank you for being here. I am not a 33rd. I am a 18th degree Scottish Rite and 3rd degree Master Mason, and I'm very happy to remain at that. I want my focus to be on growing my craft lodge and growing Score and Compass promotions. Explain level 33 again. Probably, I mean, I know it sounds like semantics, but keep in mind it's not levels, right? It's degrees. 33rd is an honorary degree that you get from, Scottish Rite side of the fraternity. Obviously, it's an honorary degree, and it's a great honor to have it. It is, however, not a higher degree than the 3rd degree, the Master Mason degree. It also does not grant you any special authorities or privileges within a Masonic lodge at the craft level, nor for that matter, really, even the Scottish Rite level. Um, the name of it, because there's 3 jurisdictions, right? Well, there's more than that, but there's Southern, Northern, and Canadian Supreme Councils. It's the Sovereign Grand Inspector General. Um, or, if I recall correctly, yeah, it's called the Sovereign Grand Inspector General in both the Northern and Southern Masonic jurisdictions. I want to double check because I know that some of the degrees are named different things, whether in the Southern jurisdiction or the Northern jurisdiction. Wood, you got to get used to it. If you're gonna get, if you're gonna be on stream, you're gonna have to get used to foolish people being foolish. It's all right though. Keeps things interesting. I do want to talk at some point, and I said I was going to talk about this Freemasonry and economic relevance, particularly tourism and tourism relevance in our communities. A lot of people don't realize just how important Freemasonry is to the economic conditions of the communities in which it is located, and um, that includes the tourism industry. Probably the way that Freemasonry is most economically relevant to its communities is first and foremost through ordering food for dinners and receptions and celebrations, but a close second would be the people it brings into the communities, economically speaking. Earth is not flat. Oscar, I can't tell when you say it's really big in the entertainment industry if you're being sarcastic or not, because there are a lot of conspiracy theories that say Freemasons control pop stars, which we don't. But you're not wrong. The Detroit Masonic Temple, for example, has a 5,000, if I'm getting that number correct, venue theater that has, brought in concerts and professional wrestling shows and a million other things from all around the world. It's absolutely incredible. the number of acts, performers, world-class shows that the Detroit Masonic Temple has brought to Detroit and Michigan, and the revenues that result from those shows is no joke for the city and no joke for um, the state. Again, though, when you say a lot in music, my thinking is you're talking conspiracy baloney that Freemasons are controlling musicians, which we're not. But if you mean providing venue space for concerts, then yes, we absolutely do. Dash, I don't read your comments because there's a lot of comments, so I'll get to the ones I can get to. Um, Moto, well, then don't stick around. I like my story, but you don't have to. Hello, Daniel Gallis. Thank you for being here. I mean, Blackwater, what I will say is the earth is not flat. The earth is in no way, shape, or form flat. I'm sure there are some Freemasons who believe the earth is flat, but they would be wrong. But you can be a Mason and be wrong. Um, so there you go. You can take that for whatever it's worth. I did not look him up. I don't know who it is. I've been busy. I had wrestling all weekend, which was very fun, but I had to rest and relax a bit yesterday, get ready for today. Well, I couldn't go Illuminati because Illuminati don't exist, so I'm going Freemasons. But I would always go Freemasons. JRW, did your friend have no legs? Um, that's really cool, John. I mean, John Madden, there are a ton of the vintage Masonic items out there in the world. Um, again, it could be just an item that maybe whoever made it just happened to be a Freemason and wanted to put the symbol on it because they liked it. Or it could even be, in some cases, that people just liked the symbol and added it to their items without knowing what it was. I mean, my grandfather gave me a pair of horse spurs, or saddle like spurs, whatever they're called, that had a square and compass on them, right? That was a cowboy a Freemason, or did they just like the design? I have no idea, but it happens all the time. That's also why it's really important that just because someone has items that have Masonic symbols on them, you don't automatically assume. Thank you, Smokey. Good to see you again. Did you get what's going on here? Did you get your stream sorted out? Because I know you're having issues with the sound, which happens to me all the time. Drives me crazy. And everybody, if you get the chance, check out Smokey the Clown's stream or channel, I should say. He's up to what? You're up to 390 something subs, if I recall correctly. Well deserved. So believe me, keep on checking out his stuff because it's awesome. We've done some personal
at Smokey the Clown W8P2 United States dollars sup bro, much love.
He's working hard. He's a cool dude. He's done some really cool streams, so check him out. Are you doing still just a long form stream? I should say just, but still long form streams, or have you started to do any clips, shorts, things like that? YouTube just made it to 2 billion shorts views, by the way, so maybe look into doing some shorts. So, John, I mean, I appreciate that. I appreciate your, wanting to be respectful of the Freemasons. I don't get particularly shirty about people owning items that have Masonic symbols on them, even if they're not Masons, so long as they are not using that to then pretend to be a Mason, in public. But if they just like the design, maybe they had a family member who's a Freemason and they like to wear it or whatever it is, or, have those items. I'm not going to say that there's anything wrong with that. Again, just so long as they're not using that to then pretend to be a Freemason to others. Asal, hello from Iran. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope everything is okay there, and I hope that you are safe. Nice, but I'm glad you're starting to do shorts as well. Keep up the good work. Um, and keep working hard. And everybody, take a moment, go to at Smokey the Clown and follow his channel. So, I mean, Freemasonry is not, you don't join Freemasonry to get money. It's not going to make you rich. However, there are some Freemasons who support this channel and support this stream, and there are some non-Masons who support this channel and support this stream, and I'm grateful for both. Um, when you say it's all about money, Freemasonry is not all about money. Anybody who tells you that joining Freemasonry will get you rich or famous is you're going to be very disappointed because it's not about being rich or being famous now or powerful. Now, Freemasonry can provide you with support if you are struggling. You can request benevolence from the lodge to help cover different costs if you're struggling financially. But that's not necessarily, it's not joining is not about money. This channel is about money a little bit in that I'm trying to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. Thank you, Vegan Christianity, through content creation. I will also say, since we have a vegan Christianity on the stream, one thing I'm always reminding my Masonic brethren to do is please make sure, as much as you possibly can, if you're a junior warden, make sure you are showing support for any vegan brethren, any vegetarian brethren, any brethren who can't eat, let's say, pork, whatever it might be, by having proper dietary restrictions or dietary measures in place. I did dodge, but I'm very busy as well, so I'll get to when I get to it. The secrets, quote unquote secrets, have been revealed a million times over. And honestly, that doesn't really concern me very much. I choose not to reveal the secrets because that's a reflection on me and nobody else, right? What I choose to do. When people say you take an obligation to the lodge, you really don't. You take an obligation to yourself. And that's always the truth. At the end of the day, every promise you make is a promise you make to yourself. If I make a promise to a friend of mine that I'll treat them well, and then I don't, yes, I broke my word to them, but really I broke my word to myself, and I have to live with that, and hopefully try to find a way to make it right. The idea of like, oh, the secrets have been shared. Freemasonry ultimately is an experiential organization. Like, you can learn everything there is to learn about how to ride a bicycle. You can read every book, watch every movie, whatever, memorize every part, memorize the history of bicycles. Until you've actually ridden a bicycle, you really don't understand it in a true sense. Freemasonry is the same way. Even if you do learn all the secrets, until you've actually taken part in a degree, like I don't know if Waylon is still there, he can confirm this, you'll never really understand what Freemasonry is all about. I mean, I don't know what that would mean. Leldine. So there is a Gnostic type of level that is secret. I mean, there's no secret levels or secret degrees within Freemasonry. There's just the degrees. I mean, and you can advance through them as you so choose. Every degree has within it a different type of knowledge that is unique to that degree. So you could argue a type of gnosis, right? Because gnosis is Greek for knowledge, if I recall correctly. But it's not like it's hidden. You know about the degree, you just have to choose whether or not you want to pursue it or stay at the degree you're at, both of which are perfectly acceptable. All right, Dodge, off you go, but thank you for being here. Vegan Christianity. So I was just saying the term vegan, right? I mean, I'm assuming when you say vegan Christianity, I don't know if that means you're vegan or not, But I do like to remind people we have in Freemasonry what are called junior wardens. Junior wardens are responsible for providing food and refreshment to brethren either after lodge meetings or before lodge meetings. I'm always reminding them, like, don't forget about any brethren who may be coming to lodge who are vegan or vegetarian or who cannot eat pork for religious reasons or have allergies. At which point you're talking about life or death situations, right? They're little things, but it matters, right? Food safety, food preferences, all that stuff's important. And I try my best as much as possible to keep those things in mind. And when I was a junior warden, think about those things for my brethren. Genesis Porridge, hello, please hit like and subscribe. Um, I would agree with you on that one. Some understand the lessons better than others. Sleepy Watcher, I believe in Freemason. So the people who are building buildings anywhere, be it Shanghai or otherwise, are going to be stonemasons, right? The process of building anything, it's stonemasons who are doing it because they're the craftsmen, they're the tradesmen. And we as Freemasons evolved from them, which is a really cool thing. It's interesting how Freemasonry, we are not the only organization to kind of evolve a social club from a profession, right? Like famously, the Legion is a good example of that. The Fraternal Order of Police is a good example of that as well. But I would say Freemasonry is definitely the largest social club to evolve from a profession. As I try to get my food here. And Brother Michael Moore, that is very, very true. Like, it's easy to think you understand something because you know certain dates or certain times or certain historical figures, but just memorizing stuff is a very small part of what it is to understand. It's not nothing. We learn in Freemasonry that memorization is important, but there's so much more important things than simply memorizing and memorization. Um, Note FS, I did not see UFC 250. I'm said this a million times. I'm not a particular fan of the current person in the White House, nor of a lot of things. I do have respect for MMA fighters. I trained a bit, and I'm happy if any of them got a good payday for being on the card because, it's a type of job that you can have where you need to get your money when and where you can because you're not going to have a long career. You're not going to be working 30, 40 years as a fighter, nor do you have a pension. So I hope they got paid well, but I did not watch it. I'm talking about Freemasonry. I am underscore soap. So please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Today was going to be Freemasonry and economic relevance, particularly tourism and visitation relevance. But I do want to give it a few more minutes because we have a lot of people coming in and out. I heard it was a great watch. I heard the fights were pretty decent. I'm not going to get, super shirty about that. There's obviously some concerns about things like having private sponsorship on White House grounds leads to issues surrounding, undue influence. But if people enjoyed it and people felt a level of pride in the country, then so be it. There are worse things. There are far more concerns I have with the current administration than that. That's for sure. So, I support Freemasonry. I support Freemasonry in its most basic sense. The ideal of Freemasonry is being portrayed. Sorry about that. We got lost for a second. Let me know if you can see me. Um, but I think Freemasonry when it's done right, when it's done well, can and does make the world a better place. And I think it's incredibly important that we continue to exist. Peace. Hello. Thank you for being here. Well, I can worry about both, Jim Rat, but I don't think that's a fair statement. One of the old quotes about America that's very true is America sneezes, the world catches a cold. We kind of have to worry about your president. We're right next door. And kind of like saying, don't worry about your neighbor's house, worry about your house. That's fine in theory, but if the neighbor's house starts to cause us some issues, we got to start worrying about the neighbor's house as well. And, again, I also worry about what's happening in England. I also worry about what's happening in Australia. We're all tied together economically, socially, sometimes physically, sometimes not. And so I'm going to worry about it. I'm going to think about it. Um, I got freedom of speech. Here I am talking about it and happy to do so. So, Kat Marie, can you break it down? Why do I support? Is there a Mason that is widely considered the ideal Mason or the model Mason? I mean, that's really tough to say. Probably not, because Freemasonry is so decentralized. Like, maybe George Washington might be up there. Um, maybe Winston Churchill. Uh, Most people in their life, though, will have a personal Masonic role model that they support, right? Like for me, my dad, maybe my grandfathers. And for them, that will be their ideal of a Mason. But you can act as an ideal Mason and not be a Mason, right? If I see somebody who's being good and honorable and kind and helping those around him and trying to make the world a better place, and being generous and respectful to people, I'm going to view him as an ideal of a Freemason, even if he's not an actual member. So, Spring, there is no active register of alive Freemasons in the world. It's all estimates. I would say the best estimate I saw was approximately 850,000 Freemasons in the United States, approximately 22,000 Masons in Ontario, give or take. Those are rough estimates. First of all, I love blueberry pie and I love coffee. So so I've never heard of supernatural beings like archons and aeons. I don't know what those are. Um, Modern warfare, I don't disagree with you with the circus aspect. Can I break it down? Why do I support? I mean, I support Freemasonry because I have seen the ways that it can benefit communities and the ways it can benefit the world. First and foremost, providing a space where men of different, and women, but men of different faiths, religions, backgrounds, languages, beliefs can gather together and work towards a common goal and a common purpose, I think is a really cool thing. We don't have enough of that in society nowadays. To provide a social safety net for people who may need it and who may need the support is also incredibly important and incredibly beneficial. It helps the entire community, as does the economic support it provides to communities. Um, and so it's one of those things where there are genuinely so many incredible and amazing things that we can do within Freemasonry. It's just another tool. And if we lose this tool, we lose one more way to make the world a better place. So that's why I support it. Okay, well, so do Protestants, Cat Marie. So does an emergency room. Like, there are many different ways to provide safety. I would say Catholicism, the safety it provides is probably more spiritual, whereas within Freemasonry, it's more, not that spiritual isn't practical, but I'm trying to think of how to say it. Like, if you are wanting to ensure your soul's resting place for eternity, then probably a church is where you should go. If you join a Masonic lodge, though, and you're concerned about your ability to pay your rent, then the lodge may provide you with benevolence to provide you with assistance. Um, well, why not? Because I like it. Like Cat Marie, why Simple Man over like why Leonard Skinner over the Rolling Stones? Because I like Leonard Skinner. I like Freemasonry. It speaks to me in a way that other things haven't. There are other things I love as well. I love sports. I love scary movies. I love horror movies. I love professional wrestling, right? I mean, why must it be any more than that, right? Ultimately, I really enjoy Freemasonry. I think that Freemasonry does a lot of good for the world, and I think it'd be sad if it did not exist anymore. In the same way, I think it would be very sad if football stopped existing, um, or anything else, right? It's just this is what I support because it's what I love. Now, two things be true at the same time. You can like something and you can think it makes the world a better place. Um, I Again, my favorite song is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. I would be very sad if that song ceased to exist and I could never hear it again. Why do I love that song? I don't know, because I do. Do I think it makes the world a better place? Yes, because it's something beautiful that is in the world. But, um, you may have something else that you love, and that's perfectly fine as well. Thoughts on the UK monarchy and if it should exist? I think the monarchy should exist. So, my thoughts are it's a stabilizing and traditional force in the world that ultimately provides political and, in some ways, economic stability. We talked about, we're going to talk about economic and tourist benefits within Freemasonry. And another type of economic benefit to tourism is the monarchy in England. If no other reason, my suspicion is it probably brings in way more money in tourism revenue than it does, than it costs the United Kingdom. I would suspect. There is no on top of Freemasonry. Juggernaut, Freemasonry. Eventually, we're going to get into economics, but I'm talking with people right now about a bunch of random questions on the stream. There is no, like, what does it mean? Who is on top of Freemasonry? Like, Cat, like when you say the people on top, who would those people be? What does it mean to be on top in Freemasonry? Depends, Cat. I would think Freemasons are more popular than you think. A lot of it is social media, right? And if you're not careful, it's easy to get a misunderstanding of what Freemasonry is or what people think of Freemasonry based on social media. What I would say is right now, Freemasonry is not more popular or less popular. It's really, unfortunately, not thought about enough. I would honestly rather have it be that Freemasonry was unpopular, but on the front page of the newspaper. I used to be involved in politics, like door knocking, stuff like that. And someone once told me, and I think it's true, it's better to be hated on page one of the newspaper than loved on page 10. Right now, unfortunately, Freemasonry very often is not even in the newspaper at all, whether it be on page one or page 10. And that's really unfortunate. So I think the problem isn't that Freemasonry is loved or hated, it's that Freemasonry isn't thought of enough. And I think that really affects it. Um, what's my religion? Via Celestis, please hit like and subscribe. My religion is I don't really have a religious belief. To be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. My supreme being is the rational nature of the universe, as expressed through geometry and expressed through science. So, actually, that's a really good statement you made, Kat, and I think it's a good way for people to understand what this top or why there is no higher ups in Freemasonry, right? Um, so you said the people collecting the money are the top of Freemasonry. So, what does it mean to collect money? Where does the money come from, etc., etc.? Let's go back to 2007, Cat Marie. I joined Freemasonry. One of the very first things after they, confirmed I would be accepted and confirmed I would be good to go is they told me, okay, the dues to join at that time were $75 per year, plus there was a one-time payment of, if I recall correctly, $200, um, or $250. So if I recall correctly, I had to pay $325. I did not have to pay that $325 right away. I did not have to pay it until the day of my initiation. If you're ever looking at joining a Masonic lodge and the first thing they ask you for is your money, or they tell you you need to pay up front before they do any votes on you or give you an application form, it's a scam. The money, they should talk to you about how much it costs, but the money is the last thing that they should be getting from you after they've gone through the entire process of getting to know you and application forms and coffee and a vote in lodge. So first of all, keep that in mind. Um, it's, you pay at the end. So then I give the lodge and I make the check out to Windsor Lodge 403, my mother lodge. Uh, my initial payment of like let's say 325, and then every year after that I pay um, $75 a year, and then it goes up and up. Right now it's like 150 or something like that. I forget how much it is now, to be honest, because I know they just increased it. Where does that money go to? That money goes into the Windsor Masonic Lodge account. The purpose of it is to cover the operating expenses of the lodge. The lodge is a self-funded organization. So technically, the person getting the money is the treasurer, I suppose. However, he does not go into his personal bank account. It goes into the lodge's account, and he cannot take any money out of it unless he has permission of the lodge. Most lodges have mechanisms in place, like you need to have at least two people signing or whatever it might be, to make sure that everything is done correctly and no one is taking money without permission. The money then goes to cover expenses that could be the rent or your assessments on your building to make sure that you're able to, meet somewhere. The food and refreshments that goes to um, the food and refreshments that goes to the brethren before or after a meeting. If we want to have a special event or a celebration, it goes to that as well. Um, about 10% or so, and this changes jurisdiction to jurisdiction, goes to your Grand Lodge. And your Grand Lodge is responsible for Freemasonry in Ontario for making rules, order, organizations, things like that. It's for all of those things. And so there is no person at the top or people at the top getting the money. The money is going into accounts that are regulated by lodges and used to cover operating expenses. Right? When people always say like 33rd degrees control Freemasonry, one of the things I always point out is how do they control Freemasonry when they don't get any of the money that I'm paying to the lodge? They don't get any of the money I pay to, you know, Scottish Rite for that matter, like my life memberships. It's going to operating expenses. There is, I mean, Freemasonry is not a business. It's not a profession. Nobody's getting paid even at the highest levels, quote unquote. But there is nobody getting money. Like the Grand Master is not getting paid by any lodges, and he also is not a Grand Master anywhere outside of Ontario. So he gets to set maybe rules and regulations, but he's not getting rich off of his position, nor is he getting powerful off of his position. I hope that made sense. Um, I got mad skills, Ryan the weirdo. I hope that makes sense. So, Cat, 33rd degree is an honorary degree within Scottish Rite. So, to be a 33rd degree Mason, I must first be a third degree Mason. So, there's an association in that way. But 33rds do not have any type of financial or any other type of influence or power over a craft lodge. If a 33rd degree Mason goes to a his Masonic lodge, he is no more or no less important than anybody else there. He can't get up and go, I'm a 33rd degree, so you have to do this. The master will outrank him. So the idea that 33rds are higher up or have more power or influence is simply not the case. They do not receive any money from lodges. They do not have any legislative authority in lodges, nor can they take over a lodge. They're part of a Masonic family, but they are not part of, they do not have any more power or control than anyone else. A way to think about it might be, you know, if you have an uncle who's older than your father, that doesn't mean he can come to your house and start acting like he's in charge of the house or whatever it means, right? Or mother or whatever it is. It's an honorary degree. It is not a representation of power or being on top of anything. Um, I do disagree, note FS. I think that human nature is such that it's completely reasonable for human beings to have secrets, and they can have those secrets for a variety of reasons. Now, I don't think you should trust, nor should you distrust anyone or any organization because it has secrets. I think both are. I think to distrust a group because it has secrets is unfair. People have the right to privacy and the right to secrets without having people assume negative things about it. By the same token, people absolutely, and by the same token, don't have to trust Freemasonry either. They should simply accept that groups have the right to privacy. You would, for example, I'm sure that there are secrets that you keep about, maybe a friend asks you to keep a secret, or maybe it's about your whatever it is. It's not right for me to distrust you because you have those secrets. I think that's kind of very silly and not a helpful thing, right? So, yes, I think it's wrong. No worries, Kat. I hope it made sense. Please hit like and subscribe. Um, all right. Well, there you go, Ryan. Rapid, always working hard. Why do you say, and crunch, food allergies exist? Why do you say that Freemasonry feels like a money grubbing org? I can assure you, I've never met any Freemason who got rich because they're Freemasons. In some ways, I kind of wish there were some examples of Freemasons getting rich because they were Freemasons. It would probably encourage more membership, though maybe joining for the wrong reasons. But that's a whole other can of tuna. I mean, ultimately, at what point is a institutional secret, like what makes something institutional versus personal, right? Because a company like Coca-Cola maintains secrets in terms of like trade secrets, but you wouldn't distrust Coca-Cola or Pepsi necessarily. I assure you, Gain, Gain 2287, the organization is not rich. And by the way, I don't think people would join if, if the purpose, if like what would be the benefit of having a rich organization and not rich membership? Like, what good is being rich do for Freemasonry? I mean, I obviously every organization wants money, but the idea as though it's money grubbing, it's like Look, there are many problems I have with Freemasonry, don't get me wrong. I know I do this channel to talk about the things I like about Freemasonry, but I'm do try to be honest about those things about Freemasonry that I think are not healthy, are not good, and are actually causing problems, and there are many. A love of money is not one of them, or, being money grubbing, I can promise you, is not one of them. Spirit of Justice, hello, welcome, how's it going? What would a person be desiring for them to discover Freemasonry? They may not be they may not be desiring anything to discover Freemasonry. They may come across this stream completely by accident and, you know, end up learning about Freemasonry through this stream. But if they, are looking for something, Freemasonry may provide what they're looking for. I think, especially if they're looking for brotherhood or to be part of something, if they're looking for maybe some ways to challenge themselves in life, in develop different skills, they're looking for a type of safety net. I would say, in general, curious people who are just looking for things in general are better suited to be active Freemasons. Um, Spirit, I do, but not on this channel. This channel is primarily about Freemasonry. Other channels, though, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson, I talk about scary movies a lot because that is something I really enjoy talking about. So you can check that out if you want. youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. Oscar, isn't that huge owl Moloch, and isn't that Bohemian Grove? Nothing to do with Freemasonry. I've never seen any huge owl statues in Freemasonry. I will say, the owl can be a really important figure in some Masonic circles. Like, if I recall correctly, the Detroit Masonic Temple has an owl in its seal, but that's because, the owl is representative of Athena and represents wisdom. But that's an exception. The owl is usually not known really as a Masonic symbol, and it's very rarely pops up in Freemasonry. My lodge's banner. There you go. So spirit's another one. I mean, owl is also the symbol of Athena, represents wisdom. Found in many different organizations and groups. That's a good point. I think Electric Secret is worse. I mean, the problem is, at what point does a secret become collective, right? Like, once it's three or four or five, is that a problem? I think, as again, I said, I've always believed this, I still believe this. People have the right to their privacy and their secrets without assuming trust or without assuming distrust. You simply accept the fact that they're allowed to have it. And, if evidence starts to pop up that's legitimate, that this group is causing problems, that's a different story. There's never been any legitimate evidence that Freemasons as an institution are causing problems. Again, most, for example, there are clandestine Masons, but it's a whole separate can of tuna and what they are. I mean, it depends, Kat Marie. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, to be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being, but there's no assigned Masonic belief. Like, there are Masons who believe who are Christian, there are Masons who are Jewish, there are Masons who are Hindu, there are Masons who are Sikh, Muslim. There are Masons like me. Again, my supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science and as expressed through geometry, but that's me. I would say Freemasons do place, as a general rule, a certain ethical value on knowledge and lifelong learning. But we're not going to tell you to put that above your spiritual beliefs, whatever they are. Really, I did not know that, Guy2287. Different cultures have different views on animals and all sorts of things, right? That's one of the cool things about Freemasonry. So, and communities in general. So Freemasonry is not a religion, Kat, right? You need to keep that in mind. We welcome people of different religions, but we are not a religion ourselves. I mean, if you're looking to do some research on Freemasonry, there's a couple different options. The best place to start, I always recommend this, is Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap. It's a great book and is well worth the read. You can also sign up for a ton of different newsletters online. Many of them are completely for free. Um, I actually wrote something. Let me see if I can find it. It's called Good Worshipful Masters Borrow, Great Worshipful Masters Steal. It's about different Masonic newsletters and online reports that you can get for free. You can sign up for. I'm going to leave it in the chat. I hope that you will follow me on Medium. I would truly, truly appreciate it. Let me just see if I can. So you should be able to copy and paste that. Medium.com, Sustainable Cities, Good Worshipful Masters Borrow, Great Worshipful Masters Steal. And, you know, check out and click on the links to all the different resources contained therein. There's some great stuff. You get it for free. It gets sent directly to your inbox, directly to your mail slot. It's a really cool thing to check out. So I hope you'll do so. I do not study Zoroastrianism, so I cannot help you. What's the higher being in science? For me, there is no higher being. That's the higher being. Geometry and science isn't in and of itself the highest being. It's not, there's nothing within it. It just is what it is. Interesting enough, right now we have got 70 votes. When you travel for Masonic events, do you usually travel? So for the day has 34% of the vote, which means leaving and returning the same day. Overnight has got 11% of the vote. Multiple day or nights has got 13% of the votes. And other, 42% is the highest. Anybody who clicked other, let me know what you mean by that. Did you mean other as in you don't travel for Masonic events, or you're not a Freemason, or maybe, weeks at a time or months at a time? I'd be curious to know what was meant by that. All right, I do want to make a few announcements and a few congratulations because I think it's really important. I want to start doing this some more. First of all, good for you. Yeah, Sean, ready? 8260. Please hit like and subscribe. I mean, my supreme being is the rational nature of the universe. The term supreme being in Freemasonry, it's an Enlightenment era term. Basically, it's been so, I mean, it's broadly defined enough that a lot of people who might be considered atheists are able to actually, get in and join Freemasonry. I would not consider myself an atheist, but having said that, if people do, then so be it. I got into Freemasonry after explaining my belief in a supreme being, and that was good enough for them. I do not know what Jainism is. Nietzsche bases Übermensch. Okay, oh, thus spoke Zarathustra. I mean, I like Nietzsche somewhat, but let's everybody keep in mind what happened to him at the end of his life and maybe use that as a cautionary tale. So first of all, I want to mention congratulations to um, Morton Grove Masonic Lodge, which yesterday on June 14th celebrated the 100th installation of its Masonic rites, 100th installation of its officers at the Glenview Masonic Temple. Right? Genuinely, Morton Grove is an absolutely incredible and amazing Masonic lodge. Its brethren are awesome. I love being there. I visited that Masonic lodge and that Masonic building dozens of times and loved it every single time. And last year, I actually got to attend their 99th celebration. So this year, they had their 100th. I had to miss it. But nonetheless, nothing but respect to Morton Grove. Congratulations on 100 years of Freemasonry in the Chicago area um, and in the Chicago suburbs. So, 100 years of Freemasonry for Morton Grove Masonic Lodge. Love to see it. Very, very incredible group of people and incredible brethren. Also, Windsor Essex County Health Unit posted today, reach out to your brothers, fathers, and friends. Notice that first one, reach out to your brothers. Men's mental health matters. Checking in, talking openly, and asking for support are signs of strength, not weakness. This Men's Mental Health Month, let's break the stigma and remind the men in our lives you are not alone. Hashtag men's mental health. The fact that it started out with check on your brothers, I thought was kind of relevant to note. Also, please keep in mind that if you are a Mason in Ontario, um, voting is now open for the Grand Lodge of Canada, the Province of Ontario, specifically voting for the District Deputies Grand Masters. Registration or District's Deputy Grand Master, the registration period was last week. So this is the period of time when you can vote. Voting runs from today until June 19th on Friday. Um, the You should have, if you did register to vote, you should have received your personalized link allowing you to vote. Um, if you did not get it through your inbox this morning, check your spam folder. It could be there. If you did not get it in your inbox or your spam folder, contact Grand Lodge ON at electionbuddy.com. Grand Lodge ON at electionbuddy.com and let them know you did not receive your personalized link. Even if you have just a single person running to be District Deputy Grand Master in your jurisdiction, in your district, believe me, it's still worth voting. It shows support for the lodge. It shows support, sorry, for the district. And it shows you're thinking about the district and the future of that district. So take a few moments. It literally took me 30 seconds to vote, if that. And I posted the information on my socials. If you did not register to vote for District Deputy Grand Master, there will still, I believe, be time to vote for your Grand Lodge officers. I'll be posting that on my social medias as well. So please check those out. Spring Snowman, how much money do the Masons hold? I have no idea, and nobody would know. Again, there is no single like Masonic bank account. Every lodge has its own bank account with its own treasurer. And it's not held in a common pot. It's used to cover the operating expenses of each Masonic lodge. Um, what is the initiation to join a lodge? Asked Seth. Do you mean like how much does it cost? Or do you mean the initiation ritual? Because the latter, the ritual, I don't discuss, I don't give details, because I don't want to provide spoilers. And also, maintaining the secrecy or privacy of our rituals maintains the bonds of brotherhood. Um, what I can say is, I've said this a million times, there's nothing in any Masonic ritual that is illegal, immoral, or against one's unsafe, or against one's civic, religious, or moral responsibilities. So, you just need to keep that in mind. Beyond that, part of the joining process is this leap of faith. You get to know the lodge gets to know you. You know, spend time with them, and If you want to proceed, then you proceed. You will enjoy the initiation process far more, believe me, going into it, um, metaphorically speaking, going into it blind than if you know what to expect and what happens. Um, I don't think money corrupts absolutely. Um, 2287. I think it can if you're not careful, but I don't think it's a necessary corruptor. Spring Snowman, which state has the most and least Freemasons? Probably goes by state population. I used to have a chart. I can't. I'm trying to think of if I can find it now. Um, um, I can't think of what it is now. Um, Masonic Service Association of North America has a chart. I'm not, it goes to 2023 is the last year. Um, I think, so let me just double check. According to this chart, Pennsylvania has the highest number of Freemasons in the United States, and Montana, oops, sorry, Hawaii has the lowest number of Masons in the United States. Actually, no, Alaska has the lowest number of Freemasons in the United States, which makes sense. A lot of it's going to be based on population, but also Alaska has a very large rural area. It's very hard to get from town to town. So your masonry is going to be pretty much situated in the two of the bigger, in the bigger cities, and that's going to be it. Yes. Thank you for the poutine, TS1 Goat. All Freemasons are required to pay dues. However, there are times when if a Mason is struggling financially, the lodge may forgive the dues, or the lodge may forgive his dues requirements, or put him on a payment plan or reduce the cost. That does happen very often. No, you cannot, Dominus. No, you cannot. It makes sense, right? Because what, Philadelphia, or Pennsylvania, excuse me, has like the highest population? Population stats, United States. That can't be right. That sounds like way too much. I think that's nonsense. Population, United States. I'm just double checking to make sure. Highest to lowest state. Oh, so Pennsylvania is the fourth one down, fifth one, according to Google, at 13 million. California is the highest. Although it makes sense to me that Pennsylvania would have the highest amount of Freemasons because George Washington and Paul Revere and all those cats in that whole area, right? Freemasonry started in New England. And then Wyoming has the lowest state population at 590,000. Um, Benedict Arnold was a Freemason. That is true. Um, Although, was he a traitor to the Congress or was he loyal to Britain? Right? One man's traitor is another man's hero, as they say. But I suppose that would be. I mean, there's not really any infamous Masons used as like a cautionary tale, right? That's not really what Freemasonry is all about. Um, yeah, I don't think Kant was a Freemason. To my knowledge, Kant was not a Freemason. Was Kant even around when Freemasonry was? When was Kant alive? 1724. So he was alive during free. I thought he was earlier. I thought he was 1600s. He was 1724 to 1804. I like some of what he said, and I disagree with a lot of what he said, but that's true for everybody. That's not even a Masonic issue. That's just or a philosophical issue. That's just a life issue. I mean, consider Albert Pike. I mean, I have no idea what lodge is paying 20K in dues. It sounds to me, now it's not impossible, but I would be very hesitant if that's how much they're charging. That to me sounds like a scam. Um, he would have to be very rich to afford that. Now, I'm a believer personally that it's better for Masonic dues to be increased. I think they are too cheap in too many different areas, but 20K is too much. So, I mean, but he did win, right? Like I've said it a million times, I'll say it a million more. Canada is the greatest country in the world because we have the greatest neighbor in the world. Um, and at the end of the day, George Washington won. And because George Washington won, it is what it is, right? Like this idea of sometimes history works out the way it does, and I think, history has shown or proven that the American experiment was a pretty good one. Usually, I'm very skeptical of revolutions. I think they tend to very often create as many problems as they solve. I would say, though, and I would say, however, in this one case of America, I think we've demonstrated that the revolution was actually a positive for the world, um, much more so than perhaps other revolutions. So let's give it another. It's interesting. I've been an hour, 51 minutes, haven't got to the topic at all yet. So let's give it another 10 minutes. Then we'll go into Freemasonry and economics. I discovered a report by Alto, which is a tourism corridor between, or potential high speed rail corridor between Toronto and Montreal. Actually, excuse me, Toronto and Quebec City, which talks about the economic benefits of infrastructure for tourism, or sorry, the ways that infrastructure, particularly high speed rail, provides benefits for tourism, which will then provide economic benefits. And I thought it was worth exploring. But we're going to give that another 10 minutes because Freemasonry is a huge part of that. Um, I mean, you're not Davin. I'm from Canada, born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor, Ontario. Where are you from? And can you like and subscribe? I don't completely disagree with you on this idea of stolen land. However, I think that we within Freemasonry and I personally have done a lot, and I'm proud of it, to support First Nations and Indigenous works. I've actually written about it a lot on Medium, and I hope you check out my Medium page where you can learn about the ways that Freemasonry can support Indigenous and First Nations groups, and also is supporting Indigenous and First Nations groups. And that's really important this month, especially because this month is National Indigenous History Month. Um, Neither of them were Freemasons, for the record. At least I don't believe they were. I used to be able to list off all of the Masonic presidents. I can't think of them right now, but yeah, they used to be. Um, just I can't think of their names now, but I don't believe Jackson or Johnson were. Mark Lovell. Some Masons do, some Masons don't. Freemasonry is not a religion. To be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. But many Freemasons definitely believe that Jesus is Lord and Savior. It just depends on the Mason. Sometimes pragmatism is a pretty good reason, though. Whether you can argue moral questions back and forth. I mean, I have no intention of leaving. I love Canada and I'm grateful to be here. But I can also recognize that the way that Canada acquired this land was very often unethical, immoral, pick your term, and because of that, all you can do from a pragmatic sense is do your best to um, try to make it right as much as you can, as best as you can. It's not about talking your way out of it. It's about recognizing it and then through that recognition, trying to do what you can to make things better. KY, yay. Thank you for that. I'm going to take that as a compliment. I have not, but I appreciate that. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. Well, thank you, KY, yay. And by the way, how is your day treating you? I hope you had a great weekend, and I hope that you are doing well. And thank you for joining. What's going on, Harry? Just hanging out. I'm going to give another 5 minutes and I'm going to start talking finally about Freemasonry and economics and tourism. However, I wanted to give it a few moments to see who jumps on. Harry, please hit like, please hit subscribe. So, the have you visited other temples? That actually is a neat segue into it. Just, I know what you're trying to say, but just keep in mind the term Masonic Temple is actually becoming a bit of a historical anachronism at this point because very often people view a temple as being a place of religion or religious affiliations. Many groups are no longer using that term anymore. And like many Masons, they'll call their buildings where they meet Masonic halls, Masonic centers, um, the Masonic meeting place. Who knows what they'll call it? But the term temple is becoming less and less of use. But yes, I have visited other Masonic buildings all around the world. I'm grateful for every time I get the chance to visit. Not only am I grateful because I get to visit my brethren, and through visiting my brethren, I get to expand my Masonic experiences and learn more about my Masonic experiences. I'm also grateful because it gives me the chance to visit places I've never been, learn about other cities, other cultures, other countries, and both directly and indirectly, and in many induced ways as well. I'm able to support communities, support the businesses in those communities, support the people of those communities, all of which I'm grateful for, and all of which I think we as Freemasons need to be doing as much as possible. Um, we are truly lucky that within this thing called Freemasonry, if I join a lodge in Ontario, I am then able to visit any Masonic lodge that is regular and recognized anywhere in the world. It could be in South Africa, it could be in the Philippines, it could be in London, Ontario. It could be in the next room over in my Masonic building. It could be in Detroit, literally 10 minutes away. And all of that stuff is something for which I'm truly grateful and truly lucky and truly blessed. And it also provides with us an opportunity, right? Um, it provides us with an opportunity to help others and help communities and be supportive of them. And so I think all of that stuff matters and all that stuff is important. And I think, I've said this a million times. The reason I started this channel was to promote the ways that Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. And there's no question that in 2026, even though our numbers have been, reducing for the last 50 years at least in North America, Freemasonry continues to be and remain relevant to the communities in which it's located. It's just unfortunate that very few people within our communities realize how relevant Freemasonry is to them and to their communities. And I think that needs to change. I think we need to reconsider that. I think we as Freemasons need to be supporting and celebrating what it is we do and how relevant we are for our communities. And one of the main ways that Freemasonry is relevant to our communities is through tourism. Now, again, Freemasonry has within it a kind of a natural inducement to travel and a natural inducement to visit. And that comes from the fact that when I have in my pocket a Masonic dues card, I am able to travel to a lodge in Chicago, a lodge in Texas, a lodge in South Africa, a lodge in London, Ontario, a lodge right across the river in Detroit, and I'm able to visit and attend their meeting and meet new brethren. Let's not go to war with anybody, Maverick. I'll be back. I just really got to put these in the fridge. Give me 2 seconds. I'm always talking about the need for good food safety, and here I am not being good food safe. And I'm back. There are three different types of, I would suggest, ways that a Masonic lodge or a Masonic building can encourage and create economic benefits through tourism, or if you prefer the term, visitation. Jeremy, I had cheese, crackers, pickles, chips, and peanuts. So basically, like a smorgasbord platter. The first is, for lack of a better term, the day trip, the regular Masonic visitation or Masonic meeting. Usually, this will be a group of Masons traveling to a regular meeting or a degree of another Masonic lodge. And usually, these are for a single day trip. So, for example, London Masonic Lodge, the London Masonic Temple in London, Ontario, about 2 hours north from me, is holding an entered apprentice degree. Me and 3 or 4 other guys drive to London, head to the Masonic Lodge, sit through their meeting, grab some dinner with the guys afterwards, either in lodge or go out, and then drive back home. Right? Usually for this type of event, it will be a day trip. It will be maybe, at most it'll be a day trip or even an evening trip. Like I've done some of these where you work until 5, you then jump in a car and you drive through, 2 hours. You do your Masonic Lodge meeting 7:30 to 10, get back home for midnight. That happens very frequently, but that is a type of visitation. The second is for a Masonic conference or a Masonic special event. We're going to talk about that in a second, LeBron James. So, for example, Every year, a jurisdiction will hold an annual communication. During that annual communication, you will have brethren traveling from not simply across the city, but across the province, across the strait, across the country, and indeed overseas to take part in these. It could be a conference, it could be an annual communication, which is a very big event where Masons are gathering from around the world to learn about Freemasonry in Ontario or Manitoba. As well as the Grand Lodge is putting on work and putting on special seminars and special programs for the Masons there. This is usually a several day event, and therefore you can expect the people traveling to be in the hotel, to be visiting for not just a night, not just a day, but at least overnight, if not 3, 4, or 5 days. Um, there's usually a registration fee that goes into it, but there is that. Then there is the third type of visitation or tourism that Freemasonry supports economically, and that's through our Masonic buildings. And that's open to the public and Masons. Those are when buildings, and a good example would be the Detroit Masonic Temple, but Philadelphia, Windsor, so many others offer special tours, events, or concerts in their building and in their venue. Sometimes this can be an added bonus. So, for example, John Smith is traveling to Detroit for business, but he finds out the Detroit Masonic Temple is holding a concert or holding a special event or holding a tour. Maybe he loves architecture, maybe he loves history, maybe he is a Freemason himself. He then takes part in the tour of the building. And if he's a Freemason, maybe he finds out that there is actually a lodge meeting he can attend as well. Very often, what this presents for the public is an added bonus or an added reason to celebrate and go out during a trip with the family, a trip for work, whatever it might be. Suddenly, aside from the conference you're at, aside from the things you're doing with your kids, aside from the wedding you're attending, you're also going to take a tour of your local or of the local Masonic building, or see a concert at the local Masonic building, or whatever it might be. Greasy, let's not have any cruelty. There are many Jewish Freemasons and many non-Jewish Freemasons, but you're kind of being a jerk. Freemasons always love pyramids. So the benefits of Masonic lodges, right, holding and celebrating and encouraging visitation, they can be divided into three different ways, but each one is incredibly important. They have three different impacts. And we as Freemasons can actually do a lot to improve upon or magnify these impacts through our Masonic spending, or if you will, tourism spending. First, there are direct impacts, supporting jobs at the restaurant where a meal is purchased. So a group of Freemasons travel to a Masonic degree or Masonic meeting. After the meeting, they go out for food and drinks at a local restaurant. That is a direct impact because they have supported the restaurant and all of the jobs that that restaurant provides in the community. There's the indirect impacts, which is the increased demand that attending the restaurant creates for the products, supplies, and services that support that restaurant. We go to the restaurant, we eat after lodge. Suddenly, that restaurant has a higher demand. It needs to purchase more products from the farm. It needs to purchase more supplies. It needs to purchase more services. We have now supported all of the different groups and organizations that support that restaurant. And then there are induced impacts, which is the type of impact I think we very often forget. which are additional spending from income earned through direct and indirect impacts, spending by the restaurant's employees or by the farm providing produce. We, as again Freemasons, we go to this restaurant, we support the restaurant and its jobs. We eat at the restaurant, we support all the people who provide food and services to that restaurant. But then the tips and the money that we pay to the restaurant staff and the restaurant servers, those restaurant servers then spend that same amount of money that we've given them in their community. They spend it on groceries and at restaurants themselves, whatever else it might be. So it's an induced impact. So whether directly, indirectly, or induced, we as visitors within a Masonic lodge, or we as a Masonic group that brings people in to check out our buildings, brings people in to check out our Masonic events, either way, we are providing both direct, indirect, and induced impacts to the local economy. Um, just to give you one example, tourism spending along the Toronto to Quebec City corridor in Canada contributes over 33.7 billion annually to Canada's GDP, and it contributes, or sorry, over 377,000 jobs are supported due to tourism spending along the Alto corridor. I can say every year, for example, in this corridor, which starts in Toronto and ends in Quebec City, the GTA, the Toronto Metropolitan Area, Central Metropolitan Area, is home to the Grand Lodge of Canada's annual communication, which I would say, based on my experiences and my visitation, every year brings in between 100 to 250 Masons, plus their wives, very often their children and their families, to the GTA. And, annually, Toronto is contributing $15.8 billion in tourist GDP to Canada. A not insignificant percentage of that 15.8 billion is coming from, amongst other things, Masonic events like the annual communication. And it's not simply the Masons spending money on flights into Toronto from all around the world, or taking the train in, or even driving in and getting gas in Toronto. It's the restaurants that they go to eat at, it's the hotel rooms that they book. I can tell you very often the entirety of the Sheraton Parkway North is booked, as well as the hotel attached to it. That is every Masonic body that holds a hospitality suite and orders and buys food and refreshments. Um, all of that is directly, indirectly, and in an induced manner, providing additional economic support to Toronto and to the GTA and to Canada as a whole, right? One thing to keep in mind, and Alto talks about this, and I'll talk about this later, is to what extent could that number increase even more as we have better tourism infrastructure? For example, how many people would be more likely to visit and attend the Grand Lodge annual communication if we had, for example, high-speed rail connecting Windsor to Toronto, or connecting Quebec City through Ottawa and Montreal to Toronto? Cuts down the trip from, let's say, 4 hours to 2 hours, or 6 hours to 4 hours. That can be a big deal. If we had more flights and better flights from Thunder Bay and Kenora into Toronto, or better roads, or even rail, would that increase the number of people willing to visit Toronto for the annual communication? It's one of the reasons why I'm always saying we as Freemasons need to be supportive of infrastructure. It's not just a Masonic issue. Sorry, it's not just a tourism issue, it's a Masonic issue. The two are connected. I mean, Buddhism is a religion as well. You know, what's so interesting is, again, we talked about different Masons traveling for different reasons and the extent to which it's overnight versus single day. Um, right now, again, in this corridor where there is a ton of Masonic lodges and Masonic buildings, so here it is. For both domestic and international visitors, Toronto is the main destination, followed by Ottawa, Gatineau, and Quebec City. The majority of domestic visitors, that means visitors within Ontario and specifically between, let's say, Windsor and Quebec City, the majority of domestic visitors are same day visitors who account for about 70% of total visits. Again, in a Masonic perspective, that would be people traveling to Toronto for a single Masonic event or a single Masonic degree and then leaving that night. Quebec City, the share for same day visitors is about 55%. Both same day and overnight visitors come predominantly from Ontario and Quebec. More than 95% of domestic visitors to each of the CMAs come from these two provinces. The share of same day visitors in total international visitors is much smaller, typically less than 20%, except for when you're in close proximity to the US border. US visitors account typically for around 50% of all international day trippers. Um, the average overnight domestic visitor stays at their destination for 2 to 3 nights. Visitors from the rest of Canada stay on average 4 to 5 nights. International tourists visit for much longer, numbers that may reflect the high cost. We're going to talk about this in a second. Um, um, where they go. Visitors from the rest of Canada stay on average 4 to 5 nights. International tourists visit for much longer, numbers that may reflect the high cost and distance of traveling to Canada from overseas. Typically, overseas visitors stay for over 10 days, while US visitors stay 3 to 10 days. Business visitors from Canada account for 4 to 9% of domestic tourists. Though this differs by origin, work-related reasons account for over a quarter of international visitors to Toronto CMA on the high end, while in Quebec City, CMA business travel makes up less than 10% of visits. Um, Driving is the predominant mode for domestic tourists while traveling. The personal car is by far the most, and all of this is going to apply to Freemasonry in a moment, I promise. But I want to get this out of the way first because this is going to be important in a second. The personal car is by far the most predominant mode of transportation for tourists accessing these cities or your destination city based on distance traveled. The use of train varies between destinations. Among visitors to Toronto, train mode share amounted to nearly 6% of all visitors and exceeded the share of air travel and buses. The second highest prevalence of train use, with just over 2% of visitors using this mode as a predominant transportation. Most international visitors entered Canada by air, especially when traveling to Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, and Quebec City, and Vancouver as well, I would suggest. For these visitors, the mode share of air was 55% to 65%. In smaller cities, um, the prevalence of train use for transportation while in Canada was highest by visitors coming to Montreal at nearly 12% of all visitors reporting that use. Tourists, and this is important for Freemasonry as well, I promise we'll get into it in a second. Tourists spent over $31 billion between Toronto and Quebec City in 2023. Daily expenditures are higher among business travelers. Personal travel contributes to 3/4 of total spending due to higher numbers of visitors and length of stay. Over 40% of all tourism expenditures come from visitors originating in Ontario and Quebec. while just under 60% is from the rest of Canada and international travelers. This is due to their longer average stay and higher expenditures on accommodation and other items, as well as higher transportation costs due to a higher share of air travel. $31 billion is being spent. Maybe some of it can be spent on our Masonic buildings. I mean, honestly, before I get back to this about tourism, the idea of Yahweh or Jesus being adopted from other religions and repackaged, it's not, I've heard many people suggest that. There's a few people on YouTube who said similar things. I don't necessarily buy it myself, but it's not impossible necessarily. I think that doesn't necessarily even disprove Christianity. What that just proves is these patterns might be historically repeating and might point to there being some type of truth in this Masonic belief. So, if we within Freemasonry want to grow, we need to be relevant to our communities. And it's not enough to simply be relevant to our communities, that relevance needs to be known and people need to be aware of it. One of the ways in which we as Freemasons are already relevant to our communities, but that relevance is not being perhaps noticed, is through our contribution to visitation and tourism, either at the domestic level or at the international level. Every time we as Freemasons travel to and visit another Masonic lodge outside of our city, outside of our community, we are contributing to our local economy as, for lack of a better term, visitors or tourists. Even if I am, traveling 20 minutes to go from my home in Windsor to the Detroit Masonic Temple, I am contributing to the economy of Detroit. Even if I never, I just go to the Masonic Lodge, I go there for the meeting, I don't eat at any restaurants or buy anything in Detroit. And once the meeting's finished, I, eat the refreshments at the Detroit Masonic Temple and then come back home and I'm gone for 3 or 4 hours. I have contributed to the economy of Detroit. First of all, I had to pay the tolls to cross the bridge on both sides, which helps both Canada and the United States. On top of that, if I crossed over using the Link tunnel bus, I have contributed to supporting that local business, which helps bring people back and forth. But there's also, and keep in mind, those induced impacts on the economy. By attending the Masonic Lodge meeting, that's one more, mouth that the Masonic Lodge has to feed, which means they'll have to purchase more food and more refreshments from whatever restaurant or whatever supplier they have, which helps that supplier. It then needs to purchase more food, things of that nature. If I contribute it all, put a couple bucks in the pot, that's more money for the lodge to purchase more food, refreshments, support their building next time. But I think one of the ways that we within Freemasonry are, whoa, Guy, that's a bit too far. Gonna put you in a bit of a timeout. Well, Lazole, I mean, I would strongly disagree with that. So, first of all, a concert with 1,000 people is tourism, while the Detroit Masonic Temple has space for 5,000 people and regularly fills it out. And that is a Masonic building. So, that right there is tourism. 100 Masonic members at a hotel is not nothing, especially if we consider not simply the overnight at the hotel, but the going out for dinners, going out to see special events, going out for, purchasing the train tickets, the plane tickets, the bus tickets, the drive, all of the money that goes into paying for all of those things. But we as Freemasons can do a lot more to improve upon those impacts. But first is about making sure that they're known. So, one of the areas I think we within Freemasonry are very often falling down on is when we are traveling for any type of Masonic event or for any type of Masonic degree or for any type of Masonic celebration, we need to be mentioning that in social media. And not only should we be mentioning where we're going, right? We should also very often be mentioning how beautiful it is, how cool it is, and the city in which it's located, right? Just had a beautiful time at the Detroit Masonic Temple for such and such a degree. The Detroit Masonic Temple is an integral part of the city of Detroit and Freemasonry. Everyone should check it out, right? Everyone should check out the Detroit Masonic Temple's um, uh, tours and special events, right? People need to know that we as Freemasons are traveling to these buildings. They need to know we're traveling for Freemasonry and that we're not simply supporting the Masons in the community, but the community as a whole. Like one of the things I really loved, and I've talked about this before, is Dearborn Masonic Temple, Dearborn Lodge in Dearborn, Michigan. Last year, their worshipful master made it a point that after every meeting, the lodge went out to a local restaurant. They would all be wearing their suits or their lodge shirts, um, and they would go out and they would purposely pick a local restaurant, and they wouldn't be dicks about it or they wouldn't be shouting like the Masons are here, but they would make sure the server and the wait staff knew they're with Dearborn Masonic Lodge. And that was really valuable because A, it showed Masons within the community supported that restaurant. But for example, when I went there as a visitor, me and my friends, that was three tourists also eating at that restaurant who were not from Dearborn, who were from Canada. And again, that provides both direct impact for that restaurant, supporting the jobs in that restaurant. It supports it indirectly. You know, the restaurant needs to buy more supplies and more products. And all of the tips and all of the money that we paid for that meal then goes into the pockets of the business, but also the servers and the workers and the staff who then spend it in Dearborn, right? As Michael Moore says, small things add up. But it wasn't enough to simply go to that restaurant after being in Dearborn. I made sure to post about it on social media, right? I had a great time at this restaurant with my Dearborn Masonic brethren. The pizza is delicious. Get the chance to check it out. Not only does that support the business, not only does that cause the business to have a positive view of Freemasonry, because they're going to remember, oh, those Freemasons supported us on social media as well as, you know, the economic benefits. It contributes to the GDP and contributes to the economy of Dearborn. So it matters. It's important, right? You know, but I think so. Part of it is making sure that we as Freemasons are not simply traveling to these events, but are letting people know we're traveling to these events and posting it on social media as much as we can. Also, figure out if where you're traveling to has any type of hashtags related to the city, related to the town that are being commonly used. Include those in your posts. Now, I understand not everybody will be able to, after a lodge meeting, go to a restaurant, eat out, whatever it might be. It's not always financially possible for the people traveling. But even still, you can spend a few moments stopping by a well known tourist site or well known destination or a beautiful picture in the town and taking a picture of it and posting it on social media. Like, for example, when I traveled to Winnipeg for the Grand Lodge annual communication last year with another brother from Harmony, you know, the Plane tickets for the brother were paid for by the lodge. He stayed with me. We went out for a restaurant a few times. When we got to the airport, one of the first things we did is we took a picture in front of the Winnipeg sign at the airport, and then posted it and talked about it with our lodge, just so people knew, Freemasons support Winnipeg. We're happy to be there, and all of the people who we are supporting financially through the travel, all of the people, all the economic support, as well as just to be there, and the Masonic support. We want to show that off. We want to celebrate it. Another suggestion I would have is make sure that if you're a Freemason, you are signing up for as many of the free newsletters, not just locally, but nationally and internationally, that you can. So you are kept abreast and kept up to date on terms of what is happening within Freemasonry around the world. Because you may be lucky enough to be in a financial situation where you can occasionally travel, maybe internationally, maybe nationally, for a Masonic event. Same thing, right? If you know about it and you can do it, you can then support that community and that country and the job and everything else that goes into it. You can also let other people know about what's happening and encourage them to travel. I think so. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Whenever we as Freemasons are visiting another Masonic lodge, visiting another Masonic function, whether we're there for 3 hours or 3 days, post about the travel on social media. Use locally relevant hashtags. Take pictures not just from the Masonic event itself, but from the city or the town that you're visiting. If you go out to eat at a restaurant or you go out, to eat somewhere, especially with your brothers, make sure that maybe you're wearing a Masonic shirt or they know that you're there for a Masonic purpose or a Masonic reason. Yes, it's a couple meals at a restaurant, but if you have 1,000 people buying a couple meals at a restaurant, that makes a huge difference to that restaurant and to the entire town, both in a direct, indirect, and induced impact. And so please make sure you're letting people know the relevance of the travel and the relevance of the visitation. There are things also, however, that we as Freemasons can and should be doing to encourage tourism within our communities. And there's both staycations and actual, visitation from outside. But I did want to talk about some of those because, you know, where did I had it a second ago. All right, so here's one of the quotes um, that I wanted to mention before, and the stats I mentioned before. Visitors from the rest of Canada, so if you are visiting, let's say, Toronto, or really anywhere, but we'll stick to Toronto, visitors from the rest of Canada stay on average 4 to 5 nights. International tourists visit for much longer, numbers that may reflect the high cost and distance of traveling to Canada from overseas. Typically, overseas visitors stay for over 10 days, while US visitors stay 10 to 3 days. That means if there is a Mason who is traveling from overseas for a Grand Lodge event, for a Masonic event, because it's already cost him so much money to make the overseas trip, for the flight in, for the hotel, he is likely going to stay for over 10 days. And if your Masonic event is lasting 2, 3, 4 days, that gives him 7 or more days he could be spending in your town, in your city, in your community, right? We as Freemasons should be taking advantage of that, not for ourselves, but for our communities, right? Let brethren know. If you know that a brother is traveling to your Masonic event or your Masonic communication or whatever it is from overseas, don't just, tell him what's happening Masonically. make sure you have pamphlets on hand that show off the local tourist attractions and local special events and local attractions in that town, in that community. Make sure they have those with them. Now, you can organize getaways and trips during that time to these special events or to these attractions. It's very common to do that for family members, right? You're an international Masonic visitor. You've attended Toronto for the annual communication. Maybe the wives can get together or the partners can get together and organize a trip on a Toronto ferry or to see the CN Tower or, who knows what it might be. But we as Freemasons should also be organizing those trips, showing up en masse. We're the Freemasons. We're here to check out the CN Tower. We're here to check out whatever it might be. Again, we don't have to be loud about it or be dicks about it, but make sure they know we're here from the Masonic event. We're here for whatever reason. We're here because we want to check this cool thing out. We want to support Toronto or Montreal or wherever we're at. And we want to support it with ourselves present, but we want to support it economically by attending these events. And it's more than likely that if you contact some of these different organizations and events and explain that you're holding a Masonic celebration, a Masonic event, they may give you discounts. Like Michael Moore mentioned above, um, right? Um, they may very well offer you a discount if you can contact them in advance and say, hey, we have 100, 200, 1,000 Masons traveling internationally for this special event. We were hoping they could take a tour of the CN Tower. Are you guys willing to offer a discount for it? Or the aquarium, or whatever it is. Group discounts are very often very common. But even if you can't organize a trip like that for whatever reason logistically, if international visitors are on average spending 10 or more days when traveling to Canada, specifically between Windsor and Quebec City, every international visitor, when they arrive, should be given, amongst anything else, a pamphlet which shows all the different tourist attractions in Toronto, all the best places to eat, all the best things to do. You should also create a specialized hashtag for the event that the Masons can use while celebrating the event itself and visiting the town. Again, it's not just about doing these things, it's about making sure, like as Brother Michael Moore says, you get discounts on zoos and water parks for DMLA. Um, you do not need to do a cheese platter, just show up and express your interest in joining, Eliza. Um, one of the things that, and I'm not going to mention any names, obviously, but I've been very lucky to travel and visit Masonic events around the world. One thing I always really appreciate and don't get near enough, in my opinion, is like I've gone to Masonic events and I get there, I register, I get a name badge, and that's it. And I'm thinking to myself, I spent all this money to be here. I have a whole extra day the day after this Masonic event ends. You're not telling me where to go, what to see, what to do, what's cool, what to support. It kind of makes me feel like the Masonic jurisdiction doesn't really care about the city or community they're holding this event in. Now, I know that's not true. Obviously, they do, and they're just very busy, but it still kind of feels that way. Whereas I've been to Masonic events where when I arrive and I register, not only do I get my name badge, not only do I get my schedule, I also get pamphlets and brochures and information about where I'm at and things I can do and things I can check out. And I'm also given even hashtags I can use when posting about it, right? Um, as Rondo says, check with Grand Secretary or check with your secretary who will then check with the Grand Secretary. Um, I don't get as surety about regularity as others in the sense that I would never visit a lodge at labor if it's not recognized and regular. But if, let's say, they're having a barbecue and it's not an official Masonic function, I'll go and say hi to them. I'm just not going to go into any of their Masonic lodge meetings. Um, so we as Freemasons should remember if we have international Masonic visitors, they may be staying 10 or more days. That means that could be anywhere from 5 to 7 days that they have nothing Masonic to do and instead have the chance to be tourists and explore the town. Contacting local businesses, asking about discounts for visitors, asking about, giving information about where they can go and what they can check out, and giving them hashtags they can post about it. That's it's not a hard thing to do. It reminds the community that we care about them economically and we care about their tourism, and it creates more relevance for Freemasonry within those communities. But then it's up to us as Freemasons to make that relevance known. Every time we go to a local business, a local restaurant, a local attraction, we should be posting about it on social media. We should be telling other people about it, and we should be letting people know that we, the Masons, are here to check it out and to celebrate it, right? Worshipful brother Cameron Adamson had an excellent time visiting the Moho Market in South Africa while attending the International Conference of Regular Grand Lodges. Masons loved supporting local community. Masons love supporting the community. The Moho Market is a great example of, a community attraction that I'm happy to support. As an example of something I posted when I was in South Africa, because I want everybody in South Africa who sees that to say, oh, Masons care about not just coming here to come here, they actually care about supporting this place. That leaves a good taste in the mouth of everybody about Freemasonry, and it provides a positive um, economic benefit. So, if you're holding a Masonic event or a Masonic celebration or a Masonic whatever it is, and if you know that you're going to have international visitors, let them know what they should be checking out. Talk to different attractions about providing group discounts. Provide pamphlets and brochures that give them information about attractions. Also, give them information about how to get around, right? Yes, they can use taxis. Yes, they can use Ubers, but let them know also how to use the subway system, the transit system, public transport. Support that as well. Support the community in a variety of ways. Don't forget. Also, and this goes both ways, try to provide, especially to international visitors, but I would say anybody, try to provide local gifts and local products, especially to dignitaries. One of the things I did that I was most proud of when I organized the celebrations at the Windsor Masonic Temple in 2024 is a couple of months before we had these two really special events, I did a soda pop tasting of different soda pop flavors from a local visit um, called Soda Pop Rose, a local company. Soda Pop Rose is a local Windsor company. They produce different flavors of soda pop. So I got a whole bunch of different flavors from Soda Pop Rose. We did a soda pop tasting with my Masonic brethren, specifically with my Scottish Rite Masonic brethren. And then the winning flavor of soda pop, we purchased, if I recall correctly, 20 bottles, and we gave it as a gift to visiting dignitaries, primarily from America, but also from the Grand Lodge here in Canada. And we didn't just give them the soda pop, we actually explained to them the company that made it, the flavor, how it was determined, and we posted it on social media. Thank you, Soda Pop Rose. this was the winning flavor. It's a great local business. Um, I gave to the Grand Master who was in attendance, and this wasn't just for this was also for the Cornerstone. I left in their hotel room a gift package filled with local products, local soda pop, local jams, a couple postcards of Windsor, pins celebrating Windsor, again, all of which supported local and made people think about local. But then I also asked everybody, if you're in town, if you're staying, and you get the chance, go to Soda Pop Bros, tell them thank you, maybe purchase a couple soda pops, post this on social media, check out these restaurants, etc., etc. I wanted people to remember they weren't just visiting the Windsor Masonic Temple, they were visiting Windsor, Ontario. They were, in fact, visiting Essex County. And I wanted them to remember that. So we as Freemasons can and should be, when a Mason visits, especially from overseas, give them some local gifts, some local products. Let them know, right, that we're happy that they're here and we want to support. And again, social media. Post that on social media. If, let's say, the local soda pop company gets a special order for, I don't know, 150 sodas, and it's just to Cameron Adamson, they might just think to themselves, oh, Cameron Adamson really likes soda. Or Cameron Adamson must be holding an event, but, they don't know what it is. But if they're getting an order and you explain to them it's for the Windsor Masonic Temple, it's for a special event, a special celebration, now they know, now they have a good view of Freemasonry. Maybe the owner wants to join. Maybe the owner provides a discount. Who knows? Right? But it's up to us to make the effort and make the approach. By the same token, we as Freemasons, when we're traveling, maybe, yes, we can bring gifts, local gifts to them, right? I'm traveling to, I don't know, somewhere overseas. Maybe I want to bring them some maple syrup to support a local business here in Canada and post it on social media. But maybe I also want to purchase a gift while I'm there. Like, for example, whenever I visit Glenview, Illinois, which is north of Chicago, one of the things I always try to do is purchase some cookies from Tout Le Jour, which is a local restaurant in Glenview. I bring the cookies to the lodge. It's a way to both support the lodge and a local business, and that business then hopefully remembers Masons support us. We do make good soda, Rondo Ellsworth. We do make good soda. So again, I know I said this before. If you are a international tourist, if you are an international visitor, an overseas visitor, you are likely spending over 10 days in Canada, whether you're a Masonic visitor or not. That means probably at least 7 days where that visitor has the chance to check out the community. It's up to us as Freemasons in that moment to be a cheerleader for the community. Let him know what to check out, where to check it out, give him pamphlets, see about getting some group discounts, some whatever it might be. And also give that international visitor gifts that are local. Give him a good impression of where you're at, of what you care about. It's a little thing, but believe me, it matters a lot. Don't let him waste the time, or don't make him search for the cool shit. Show him the cool shit right up front. It's going to show you as a Mason care about your community, and it's going to show that community that care and that relevance. And then it's up to us to not simply do those things, but let the people know that we're Masons and we support you economically through social media, and tell them, wear your shirts, wear a Masonic shirt when you're going out to these events. Things like that. I also wanted to mention types of travel. There is no past tense, to my knowledge. Yes, we do modern welfare, and so long as it's allowable through the different rules and regulations of your community, your city, giving beer as a gift is another great idea. Or a local whiskey. Like, I remember visiting Kentucky once, and they gave me a bottle of bourbon, Kentucky bourbon, as a gift, which was very, very nice of them. I also want to mention, and this is something I think a lot of Masons forget, mode of travel. And we as Freemasons supporting or trying to support different modes of travel. So the personal car is by far the predominant mode of transportations for tourists accessing these cities based on distance traveled. The use of train varies between destination. Among visitors to Toronto, traveling by train into Toronto amounts to nearly 6% of all visitors, exceeds the share of air travel and bus. However, if you're an international visitor, you're most likely to enter Canada by air, especially when traveling to Toronto, Ottawa, Quebec City, Montreal. I would say Vancouver and Winnipeg. I'd be comfortable adding that as well. Like if you are an international visitor, you are 65% likely to enter Toronto by air, 30% by land, 5% by other. Ottawa, 61% by air, 30% by land. Montreal, 55% by air, 39% by land. Quebec City, 58% by air, 37% by land. So, 99% of the time driving, most likely to check out the town. First of all, Brother Michael Moore, good for you. It makes me happy when I hear Masons doing that and checking out the town. I hope that when you're checking out the town, if you see very cool things, you post them on social media and mention you're there for Freemasonry, but hey, I checked out this really cool thing while I was here. But I also hope that the Masonic lodges aren't leaving you hanging. I actually think it'd be a good idea for even Masonic buildings to have just on hand a stack of pamphlets and a stack of tourist information available. So if they do have somebody visiting from out of town, the lodge can give to them, hey, if you're staying overnight while you're here, check this out. Here's some pamphlets with some cool stuff. Here's a cool bar we know of. Be a cheerleader for your town, you know? But going back to this idea of travel, one thing, now I have seen some Masonic functions do this, but not as many as should by any mean. Many um, airlines and many rail programs, Amtrak and Via, and even sometimes Flixbus, will offer discounts to people traveling to Masonic events and Masonic celebrations. It doesn't happen, or I should say, to just events in general. If you are holding a conference, and if the conference is big enough or large enough, many airlines will very likely offer discounts to people traveling for the event if they have a discount code. Um, Nice. Good for you, Michael Moore. I'm happy to hear you're doing that. That's awesome. I mean, honestly, you're probably one of the people who doesn't need to hear this stuff. I'm so grateful you're here because you already do an incredible job at all of the above. Having said that, it's nice to hear, the kind of get the confirmation that this stuff is good and does work. By the way, I'm still super jealous of you, the fact that you're in um, Dahlonega, because one of my favorite songs is Little Dive Bar in Dahlonega. So just make sure, going back to this point, just make sure, and I have taken advantage of these discounts in the past, but it's been rare and it's really unfortunate. If you're organizing a Masonic event and you're expecting international visitors, or you're expecting visitors to take a train or a bus to get to where you are, like I'm organizing an event in Windsor, so you know, you need people to people may take the train from Toronto, Ottawa, whatever it might be. Talk to Via, talk to Air Canada, talk to Amtrak, whatever it might be. It's very often possible to get discounts on airfare for conferences and for special events. If not through you, very often your town or city or community, if it has a tourism bureau or a tourism organization. Usually they're not for profit. They very often have connections with local communities, with airlines and with modes of transportation, and can very often help you set up and get discounts on the travel itself. And again, 65% of international visitors are entering Toronto, for example, through airfare. So if you're holding a Masonic event, you can assume at least 65% of your international visitors will be flying in, most likely into Pearson Airport, though also probably the island. You know, see if you can get them a discount. It can't hurt to try, and it could encourage a few extra brethren to attend because maybe they weren't able to, except for the discount, made it financially feasible or financially possible. Same thing with the train. Via does it often as well. And it's worth checking out and it's worth asking. Again, 6% of people are entering Toronto by train. If you're holding a Masonic event, that might mean 6% of your the people attending are doing so through train. So keep that in mind. The other thing I wanted to make sure to mention is there's the third type. So everything I've talked about so far, Mopor, I am really hoping it opens. It would make me really, really sad if it did not. I think it will open sooner or later. It would be insane to have it not open ever, but I'm certainly getting annoyed with the delays. I think that's for sure. So the third thing that I think we need to keep in mind, and so far what I've been talking about exclusively is people traveling either for a day or multiple nights, and either locally, nationally, or internationally, but traveling specifically for a Masonic event, either a single night, like a degree or a meeting, or a multiple night conference or communication, or some other type of multiple night event. But it's something specifically Masonic where a Mason is traveling specifically for that. And there are areas we could be a lot better. I've talked about what those are. However, I think one area where we are really falling down in Freemasonry is, and I'm trying to think of the right term for this, for lack of a good term, um, I'm going to call it bonus tourism, but I'll think of a better term. What I'm talking about is tourism or visitation to Masonic events or to a Masonic building that was not an intended part of one's travel, but is a bonus part of travel. So, for example, as I noted, tourism or tourists spent over $31 billion in the different cities along the Toronto Quebec City corridor in 2023. While daily expenditures are higher among business travelers, personal travel contributes to 3/4 of total spending due to higher number of visitors and length of stay. Over 40% of all tourism expenditures comes from visitors originating in Ontario and Quebec, while just under 60% is from the rest of Canada and international travelers, due again to longer average stay and higher expenditures. So, when you're looking at share of tourism related expenditures, um, again, it is a total of $31 billion. And even though people who are traveling to somewhere for business will spend more money per day, overall, people who are traveling for personal reasons, because they're spending longer, contribute more to the local economy. But either way, they're spending money. However, What are we doing as Freemasons to make sure that if someone is traveling to a town, to a city, to a community for either a business reason or a personal reason, that Freemasonry is relevant enough and known enough in that town to encourage bonus tourism? Meaning, maybe he is a business traveler who also happens to be a Freemason. Does he know where the local Masonic lodge is? Does he know where the local Masonic meeting is taking place? And does he have the time to stop in for the meeting? If not for the meeting, does he have time to stop in to see the building, to tour the building, to check out the building? If he's not a Freemason, but he loves history, he loves architecture, maybe he loves Freemasonry, but has never got a chance to join, but he just always found it fascinating. Does he, is Freemasonry relevant enough and visible enough in the community that he will be able to stop by and check out the building, maybe take a tour of the building? Heck, maybe go to a Masonic meeting, not for the meeting itself, but for refreshment. Maybe he's always wanted to ask about Freemasonry, but never got around to it, and maybe he happens to have a free night wherever he is, right? And again, this doesn't just help the Masons, this helps the whole community. Look at Detroit Masonic Temple. A business visitor to Detroit finds out as a bonus that the Detroit Masonic Temple is holding a special tour. He spends money on the tour. He spends money going to the Masonic Temple that has both a direct, indirect, and induced benefit. Or he goes to a concert at the Detroit Masonic Temple. Or he checks out the Windsor Masonic Temple. He comes for a coffee at Coffee Club. Or he even just sees the building and takes a picture of it because he wants to celebrate its beautiful architecture. What are we doing to, for lack of a better term, catch those bonus visitations and bonus visitors? Either business travelers. And first, obviously, it's up to us as Freemasons to be sharing as much as we can, as often as we can. Again, social media, whenever Detroit Masonic Temple posts that they're holding more concerts or tours or whatever it might be, post it on your social media. Let people know. Use whatever the relevant hashtags are. But also, especially if we're a larger Masonic building, we have tours or special events. Are we represented in local guidebooks, be they historical guidebooks or tourism guidebooks or best of city lists? Like I will say the Philadelphia Masonic Temple has done an incredible job getting, there you go, and Stop an Elephant and Company, have a brew and a sandwich. The Philadelphia Masonic Temple has been doing an incredible job getting itself seen in a variety of best of Philadelphia listings, as well as Philadelphia tourism guides, Philadelphia, you know, um, best architectural location, like all sorts of different best of events. Philadelphia Masonic Temple is well represented in all of them, which I think is incredible. Deserve nothing but credit, nothing but respect for that. To my knowledge, Detroit is also listed in some of those, I think. Um, though I see them a lot on social media. So, first, we as Freemasons need to be sharing this stuff, but we also need our Masonic buildings, especially, to get themselves included in local guidebooks and local um, best of lists, right? And we need, again, if your building is nominated or wins like best attraction in Detroit, best attraction in Philadelphia, share it on your social media. Make sure people know. Include, drop off at hotels pamphlets about your Masonic building, about tours, about events, in, so it can go in those racks along with every other attraction. These Masonic buildings are very often attractions, and people may find them interesting and want to check them out. They just need to know where to find them. So make friends with the local hotels, right? Include pamphlets at the front desk of the hotels, along with the tourism board. Post your Masonic meetings and Masonic events on the Grand Lodge websites. Almost every Grand Lodge has some type of calendar on its some type of calendar through its Grand Lodge. Like for example, let me just see if I can pull it up. We'll go with Michigan because it's a great example. If I could. Michigan Freemasonry. They have their news and events section. They have a calendar. Here it is, events calendar. So for example, right, tomorrow there is a Master Mason degree in Royal Oak. On Wednesday, they have coffee at Ithaca. They have a Royal Arch open house at Romeo Temple. By the way, Romeo, Michigan is an incredible place. I loved it there. There's an EA degree in Mount Clemens. On Thursday, there's a blood drive at Royal Oak. There's a degree in Plymouth. There's several more. The reason I bring all of that up is, again, you may very well be a Freemason traveling to Toronto, to who knows? You may be traveling to Royal Oak, to Romeo for business. You may be traveling with your family. If you're doing your job as a Freemason, you should, before you leave, check with the Grand Lodge's website, check their event calendar and figure out if there is a Masonic event happening while you're there that you can attend. It may not be the purpose or the reason that you're going, but you can still check. Or if you forget, check in the hotel, right? But it's also up to us as Freemasons to make it easy, right? We don't want somebody, he's traveling for business, he's a Freemason, he has an extra day before he has to head back home, and he can't figure out where the Masonic Temple is located, or if they're holding any Masonic events, or if they are, what time, or etc., etc., etc. It's up to us as Freemasons to make it easy for people to find us if they want to find us. Now, it's also the responsibility of the traveling Mason to do his homework and check, right? We can do so much. We can't show up at your hotel room and drag you. But if you're a business person, if you're traveling with your family, take a few moments, look things up, figure out if there's a way you can include a trip to a Masonic lodge for a meeting or even a tour of the building or whatever else it might be. Just check it out. It can't hurt. Check with your Grand Lodge about regularity and recognition. But that's why you should always travel with your Masonic dues cards. That's why you should always check these things. And again, you may be traveling for business. That shouldn't stop you from taking a few moments to check out any Freemasonry within the area and to celebrate it. And again, to post it on social media, right? Especially for business travelers, they're already spending more per day while they're traveling anyways. So maybe they might be willing to spend, sorry, Michael Moore, how much is a tour of the Detroit Masonic Temple now? It's like $20, right? I could be mistaken. I think in Philadelphia it's like 10. Though I have to double check that. Right, I know it, I don't want to say it like it's nothing, but what's an extra $10 or $20 to support and take a tour of Masonic building if you're already spending more per day? $35 for public tour. I was close, I thought 30. It's a little thing, but again, it provides both a direct, indirect, and induced impact in the economy. I group discount of 10 or more. I do think so. Again, that's another thing that Brother Michael Moore pointed out. If you have a conference taking place in in Detroit, let's say there's, I don't know, FIFA World Cup, whatever it might be. If there's a conference taking place in Detroit and you know that the conference is expecting 20, 30, 40 people, um, the conference should reach out to the Masonic Temple and see about taking a tour of the building and getting a discount. But the temple can reach out to the conference as well and say, hey, if any of your people want to, visit our temple while you're in town, we'll offer discounts for 10 or more. But, one thing I've never seen, and I wish I did, is I spend a lot of time in hotels. I always check out those racks, which are full of pamphlets about different local sites. I never see anything about Freemasonry, and I think that's really unfortunate. Um, Again, you don't have to advertise it in the sense of fraternal visitation, but you can advertise it in the sense of we offer tours to the public, like Detroit, like UGLE, like Philadelphia. We're an architectural beauty, or if you have a coffee club or special event, let people know about you, right? They may want to check it out. And again, international visitors, they're spending an average of 10 or more days when they're flying overseas. They probably have at least 1 or 2 days where they can take in a Masonic event, a Masonic meeting, a celebration. Um, so, again, part of it is it's up to us to make sure the information is readily available to everybody. It's up to Masons who are traveling to do their homework and check in on these things. But if you're not a Mason, we can't expect Freemasonry to be on top of mind for you, which is why we need to have the information in as many different places as possible. That also goes for the Windsor Masonic Temple, by the way. Like, our Masonic building in the ballroom has almost every weekend, it feels like at this point, or on a lot of weekends, has plays, celebrations, magic shows, special events. Are we making sure that we're sharing this on social media and we're letting visitors to Windsor know, hey, if you're looking for something to do, we have a great play. It's incredibly inexpensive. It's super cost effective. Why not check this out? That responsibility is on us to let people know. Just because you're traveling for a conference, you can probably find a couple hours to check out some Masonic shit. And again, that helps everybody, both Freemasonry and the whole community. Also, obviously, advertising to people, making sure they know, hey, we're here, check us out. We want you to support, we want you to come not just to the Windsor Masonic Temple. We want you to come to Windsor. We want you to come to Essex County. We want you to support this great area and all that it has to offer. So, I think to me, those are kind of the things I wanted to. Hello, Gooey. Thank you for being here. To mention the most. First, and I'll go back through this one more time. For Freemasonry to grow, it's even that though, Brother Michael Moore, like even that, like there are ways, especially if you know that you have a visitor or a tourist, if you will, Masonic tourist from out of town, you can absolutely, um, even if it's reading a minute's treasures reports, voting, you can absolutely create a fun experience for a visitor. Obviously, having on hand some gifts, pins, coins, whatever it might be, that can be a huge deal just to give them one of those. But even, again, having on hand a whole bunch of local soda pop or local coffee that you can give to them. I feel like pins and coins, look, I'm grateful. Like, hold on just 1 second. I'll be back in a second. Like, I am absolutely grateful for all of these pins that I've got. 99.999% of them um, I've got on my Masonic travels. Um, and I'm grateful for all of them. But I also think, a little packages of locally produced coffee or locally produced soda pop can be a really nice thing. It can be something really different, really interesting. It can give people a really cool impression of your community. So, invite people to your lodge, find a way to make it interesting. You will usually find a way. So, again, we within Freemasonry already bring in a ton of economic relevance to our communities through tourism and visitation, right? I was thinking about this. I have been the primary organizer for five Masonic events. The 2017 Windsor City Hall Cornerstone Ceremony, which brought approximately 100 Masons into the city, or into City Hall, I should say. I would say about 50 of those Masons were from out of town: Manitoba, Michigan, Toronto, up to Ottawa, Hamilton. I organized the 2024 Windsor Masonic Temple Lodge dedication and celebration, which brought in over 250 people, Masons, and families, again from all around Ontario, nationally and internationally. I organized two Masonic fish fries, which brought over 100 people to the community of Essex, Ontario. And I'm counting it as one event, though it could be many. I organized dozens of coffee events: coffee with the cop, coffee with the fire crew, which regularly brought people in from Detroit. Every time I brought people in, that was dozens, if not hundreds, of hotel rooms booked. That was restaurants jam packed on those nights. That was food purchased from local restaurants. For the June 24th event, January 2024 Masonic Temple dedication, we ordered at the end of the night, if I recall correctly, 100 pizzas because we wanted to celebrate local Windsor pizza. That pizza place was pretty happy with that order, I can assure you. And that was a direct, indirect, and induced impact. Direct impact: money and jobs for the pizza place. Indirect impact: all of the supplies and products the pizza place had to buy. Induced impact: the money that the pizza place made going into the pockets of the employees and the owner and then being spent in the community. That's another thing I should have mentioned. Hello, Courtney. Right, one thing I should have mentioned as well is figure out what your community in town is known for and support that. See if you can create a relationship with your local sports team. I'm very proud of the relationship I forged with the Windsor Spitfires, who have been incredibly supportive of things at the Masonic Temple. But also Windsor, Ontario, it's known for pizza. Yes, I have 000, and it's incredible. Right, I have been. That's awesome, Brother Michael Moore. Police officers, nothing but respect. Our Windsor is known for pizza, so it made sense to serve, at the end of the night, after we had the formal meal, before people went home, to serve them hundreds of slices of real, authentic Windsor pizza. Detroit, it has its square pizza, which is delicious. It has the Red Wings. Figure out what Detroit is known for and offer that to people when they visit for special events. Whatever your town or community is, there's probably something special that you can really show off, and do that, right? So, anyways, I don't know what the average economic benefit or economic impact the events I organized had for Windsor or for Essex County, but in my opinion, it is well over hundreds of thousands of dollars between all of the hotel rooms booked and meals purchased at restaurants and food purchased for the Masonic meetings themselves, and cost for travel on trains and airplanes and whatever else it might be. All of that stuff matters greatly and has had a major economic impact, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be able to say that there are businesses, the owners and employees of which have food on their table because of Freemasonry and because specifically of the events it held and the people it brought in as tourists and as visitors. I was proud when they showed up to give them all information about Windsor and encourage them to check out restaurants and attractions and pamphlets and flyers about those things. I was grateful for all of the above. So, again, I would suggest if you look at the Detroit Masonic Temple, I mean, and Brother Michael Moore, you can let me know if I'm getting any of this wrong. It's a 5,000 seat theater, is the main one. I would be willing to guess millions of dollars in revenue is produced by the Detroit Masonic Temple specifically for the city of Detroit and even for the state of Michigan. Um, and that's something that we should be incredibly proud of as Freemasons. But it's not enough to have that. It's not enough to have that relevance. We need to A, be nurturing it, and B, letting people know about it. So if you're a Freemason and you are traveling, whether it be an hour away, 2 hours away, or taking a 24-hour flight to a Masonic event or to a Masonic meeting or to a Masonic degree or to a Masonic celebration, um, post about it regularly and don't just post about the event itself. My name is Cameron and I'm here at Grotto Lodge number 3. Had a great time. Goodbye. Post about where you're at and why it's special. I am Worshipful Brother Cameron Adamson. I'm so proud to be here at Grotto Lodge number 1 in beautiful Detroit, Michigan. The city is beautiful. The lodge is incredible. Everybody should check it out. If you can, go to a local restaurant afterwards. Support the restaurant and let them know that you're not just supporting it as a customer, as somebody who's hungry. You're supporting it as a Freemason who's traveled there for a Masonic event and wants to show off the community. Take some pictures while you're there of the city that you're visiting, of the town that you're visiting. Put those on social media. Figure out if there's any important local hashtags you can use those. Let people know, not just through social media, but through face to face interactions, that you are traveling there as a Mason and you're supporting their local economy. Um, as a Masonic lodge or Masonic group, make sure that when people are visiting you and when people are traveling to see you, give them information about the town that you're in. Keep on hand pamphlets and flyers about places you can visit, things you can see while you're in town. Um, so, like I said, if you're an international visitor, an overseas visitor, you're likely spending over 10 days in that community. Most Masonic events at most last 3 days. That's 7 days they have to check out the community and town. Make sure they do. Make sure they know what's going on. They know where to find places. Talk to airlines, talk to train services, talk to transportation services about offering discounts for Masons traveling. Now, you could make the discount specific to an event. Like if you're a Mason and you're traveling for the annual communication, 10% off airlines, or see if they're willing to offer a year-round discount. Like if you're part of a location which regularly has Masonic events and regularly welcomes international visitors, why not see if the airlines will offer a discount year-round if they use a certain booking code if they're traveling to that particular location. Some hotels may offer year-long discounts or annual discounts for the same reason. I remember visiting Bay City And even here in Windsor, there were times when, if you were a Freemason, you were offered a discount on a room, whether you're traveling there for Masonic purposes or not. You just had to have the code. Um, Bay City had that, which I really loved and really appreciated. Um, so do that as well. Let's also not forget, right? The majority of people traveling um, will be traveling either for business or personal reasons. In both cases, it's up to us to catch them and try to get bonus or run off, if you will, tourism from them. Having our information in local guidebooks, having our information publicly accessible best of lists so people know to check us out, making sure we're advertising in hotels if our Masonic buildings have special events, banquets, whatever it might be, having our information online so people can find us. Um, all of that stuff means, again, a business traveler making his way has a spare day. If he's a Freemason, make it as easy as we can for him to find our building and know what's going on. And also make it as easy as we can for the non-Mason to find us and check us out. You know, in Windsor, we have a coffee club. What's to stop someone who's always been interested in Freemasonry, loves historic buildings, from stopping by the coffee club? It's the cheapest cup of coffee you'll ever get, and he can take a tour of the building. But we need to be advertising better. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a hotel have pamphlets or information about a local Masonic building in its lobby, and that needs to change, I think. We as Freemasons need to be supporting local businesses by purchasing local gifts to give to dignitaries, but also visitors and travelers should be purchasing gifts from the community to either bring back home to their lodge or give as a gift to the visiting lodge, like tout le jour. Again, don't be loud about it, don't be cranky about it, but make sure they know, or pushy about it, but make sure they know that you're a Freemason and you're supporting the lodge for that reason. Um, you know, 30, again, I would include Windsor in this, between Windsor and Quebec City, $33.7 billion of tourism revenue is contributed annually to Canada's GDP, and it contributes to 377,000 jobs. A percentage of that, and a not insignificant percentage of that, is coming from Freemasons taking day trips, taking, going for Masonic events, going for Masonic celebrations, or it goes from Masons traveling for other purposes and then finding Masonic lodges there. People don't know that. And because people don't know that, people don't realize how relevant Freemasonry is to them and how much of an economic impact it would be if Freemasonry were to cease to exist within these communities. So, I hope that gave you some good ideas. I hope that made you consider some ways that we within Freemasonry can be better for our communities, or can demonstrate our tourism relevance to our communities. I mean, Philadelphia, I'd be willing to bet probably millions, in at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in tourism revenue every year. Same thing with Detroit. I'm willing to say Windsor Masonic Temple, over the last 10 to 15 years, over hundreds of thousands in a variety of different ways. And I'm grateful for everything we've done, but we need to do a better job of showing our relevance and increasing it. So, one suggestion I'll make to any Masons watching this now or later: if you are organizing a Masonic event or a Masonic celebration, make sure that when the people are registering and checking in, you include in their registration package a pamphlet or a booklet from your local tourism industry, um, or tourism organization, that shows all of the different tourist attractions in your community or in your city. And consider trying to organize at least one outing to one of those attractions and see if you can get a group discount, but make sure when you take that outing, you take it and mention that it's Freemasons doing this to support the community. The other thing I'll mention, this is the last thing, don't forget you don't always need a reason to travel. You can create the reason. So, for example, 7, 8 years ago, I organized a Masonic trip over the summer. It was a Masonic camping trip. Me and 7 other Masons, actually 5 other Masons, we all got together. We drove to Northern Ontario and we rented out a cabin. We spent the weekend at the cabin. We went fishing. We visited a Masonic building that was in the area. But there was nothing specially planned. Like, we weren't going for a reason. We just went because we wanted to do something enjoyable as part of our Masonic experience. Camping is always fun. Going to a cabin is always fun. And again, we rented out a cabin for a week. We shopped at local restaurants. We ordered food from local restaurants. Um, all the different things that we did supported that community. And the cabins were part of a community, we're in a community of maybe 100, 200 people. It was a big deal for that community. Like, it didn't mean nothing, even though you might say, who cares about 5, 10 people? 5, 10 people showing up when you have 100 people in a town, that matters a lot. The bars really liked us, the restaurants really liked us being there. It was a lot of fun, and I was grateful for it. So don't wait to find something, create something. It's worth it. Peter, that might be possible. Please hit like and subscribe. Maxwell, so when you say you're dying and need help becoming a Mason, I mean, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with having Indians? Whether you be come one, come all. I think I've known a lot of Indian people. They're wonderful people. They're a great part of Freemasonry. They're a great part of Canada. So, Maxwell, when you say you're dying, what do you mean by that? Yes, the Masons. I I've been a Freemason for just about 20 years, and I started this channel to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, and that includes through Freemasonry. All right, so Angry Angel, greetings to you as well. Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. By the way, 100 votes. Most people, when they travel for Masonic events, travel for the day. Um, Interesting. Overnight is 10%, multiple nights is 14%. Freemasonry is not satanic, David. Very sorry to disappoint. I mean, as long as you like and subscribe, I can take a joke. Cash Bandit, I'm not sure how to answer that question. Did Jesus create the Freemasons? I mean, that's getting weirdly theological. If you believe that Jesus is God on earth, then I suppose he created everything theologically, right? I mean, I don't know. But no, literally, he did not. I mean, Jesus was around until 33 BC. Um, Spoilers. Freemasonry, came to exist 1634, so about 1600 years later, give or take. So no, obviously he did not create it literally, but I suppose if you were to define it in the term of you believe, you know, Jesus as in God made flesh, then I suppose you'd say he created everything. Um, Smokey, thank you again for being here. And everybody, once again, please take a moment, check out Smokey's channel. He is at almost 400 subs. I think he's really, really close to it. So you should support him if you can. He's doing an excellent job. He's rocking it out. So keep on supporting him. So David says, I know all about it. I know things you have yet to learn. I don't think you do. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think you know very much at all. In fact, it sounds to me like you know pretty much nothing, which is fine. There's no rule that says you have to know things to be on Freemason, to be on YouTube. But I find when people are super confident like that, usually that's just means that they don't know what they're talking about. Even for me, look, I will never say I know everything about Freemasonry because that would be a very silly and very foolish thing to say. I've done my best to know as much as I can about it, but there's even still things I don't know. I think that is truly one of the best things about Freemasonry is I can spend every day trying to learn about Freemasonry and not not succeed. Um, yeah, you get used to it though, Smokey the Clown. As you know, it's very easy to get used to trolls. I'm sure you get your fair share of them. All right, so here's what's happened, guys. For some reason, the outlet next to my computer is not working, but I don't want to quit this stream because I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm considering doing a bit of a marathon stream. I don't think I'm going to go 24 hours like I've done in the past because I do have to take a couple breaks, but definitely longer streams than normal. Um, yes, I got a big head, Carpy, but I am going to have to take my stuff into the kitchen. You're going to see my kitchen for the first time ever, other than what you see so far, and get myself set up there so I can use the outlet there. So give me a couple of moments. I'll be back. Cash, I'm going to keep talking while I do this, see if this works. Cash, what you're asking is a religious question. And my answer is I have no idea. I have no idea why um, if Jesus was the Son of God, he went ever to practice other religions. I don't know if he did or not. I mean, I am not a biblical expert. You should be talking to a priest about that, who I'm sure could give you a much better answer than me. But to my knowledge, he didn't actually go everywhere to practice different religions. Like, I understand he was in Egypt for a while, but I don't know if he was practicing different religions there. I, I don't know. I'm definitely not the right person to be asking about that. Okay, so that's that. Next, I need to figure out how to set my computer up in there. If I could find the other cord, that is. Oh, storming. We have been dealing with so many storms here in Windsor the last couple of days. The weather finally got nice, not crazy hot, not just nice weather for a change. All right, guys, let me see. By the way, do a super chat, hit like, hit subscribe, comment. I'd really appreciate it. Help this channel keep on growing. Cash, I hope I answered your questions well. I hope you'll hit like and subscribe if you've not done so already. Consider a super chat. I would really, really appreciate it. Now I got to figure out how to set this guy up so we can actually keep this going. Here. Thank you, Cash. I'm grateful. Sarcentia, how's it going? I hope that you're doing well. I hope that I don't know how much you've seen of the stream. I was talking about Freemasonry and our relevance to economies through primarily, there's my cat food, primarily I can't think of what it's called now, primarily through tourism. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that you want to share. I'm trying to get this thing set up somehow in a way that works. If this falls at any point, forgive me. I have to get this set up in here because my charger is not working. I mean, Obsidian Wrath? I mean, I can't, I guess, tell you what to believe or not believe. Um, when you say so much sworn secrecy, I mean, I would not say there's that much sworn secrecy within Freemasonry. Obviously, Freemasonry has its private elements to it. The reason for those private elements is it creates bonds of brotherhood between past, present, and future generations of Freemasons. You have secrets. I can still trust you, understanding that you have certain secrets. Everybody has private information, and it's completely within their right and completely fair for them to be allowed to have that private information without people assuming anything negative about it. I know this is shaky. I'm trying to figure out how to get this thing set up in this, because my charger, like I said, is not working. So Obsidian, and also, I mean, how much sworn secrecy can there possibly be, since here I am talking about Freemasonry, right? There we go. Set this like this for now. So what are your thoughts on Freemasonry, Obsidian, and what are some things that you believe about it? I can at least tell you, based on my experience being a Freemason for 20 years, whether you are correct or incorrect. But we are going to give it some more time. We're just going to keep hanging out. We're just going to wait to see who joins. I had to come here to do this because my main outlet for some reason is not working. So I was losing battery power. But we've had a great stream so far. I really appreciate everybody being here. We're going to keep hanging out and wait to see who jumps on. And I hope, as I said, that my explanation as to Freemasonry and tourism made sense. I think we are kind of leaving relevance on the table when we are not thinking about these things and not thinking about the ways that we we can use Freemasonry to benefit our communities, or promoting the way that we within Freemasonry economically benefit our communities through tourism, things of that nature. All right, we're going to keep hanging out, wait to see who jumps on to say hello. How did the rest of my... Oops, sorry, we missed a couple. He's not bald. I do have hair. Thank you, Modern Welfare. What degree are you and what type of lodge do you attend? So I'm not sure, Obsidian, what you mean by type of lodge. Like emulation ritual? Is that what you're referring to? So I am a 3rd degree Master Mason, which is the highest degree in Freemasonry. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite. You know, my craft lodges are emulation ritual, which means AF and AM. The ritual, well, you can be both, but the ritual derives from emulation ritual, when the premier and when the ancient and modern Grand Lodge is unified. I've been to York Rite lodges or Preston Webb lodges as well. So Maxwell Decker, I don't have, but so, oh, so if you have, and I'm very sorry that you have 6 months. If being a Freemason is something that you really want to do before you pass away, then the most important thing is you need to find a Masonic lodge in your area. Make sure that they're legitimate, but that's easy to do. Just ask them which Grand Lodge they're associated with, and then talk to them and explain to them why you want to join Freemasonry, and also the time constraints that you're under. And a lot of it is unfortunately going to depend on the lodge itself, and if there is one in your area, and how possible it is for them to do a degree. But I would hope with that unique circumstance and those time constraints, they'd be able to do something. Thank you, Maverick. I appreciate that. I don't know what a deviant lodge is. An irregular lodge? A clandestine lodge? I mean, if you're a clandestine lodge, you're probably not going to recognize that you're a clandestine lodge, right? You're going to view yourself as being just a legitimate lodge. So no AC today, Maverick. My AC is still not working, but luckily today I don't need it because it's so beautiful outside that I don't need AC today. I'm sure I'll need it soon, but not today anyways, which is quite nice. Everybody watching this, please don't forget you can also support my Patreon, YouTube, etc., etc. Hit like, hit subscribe. I would be truly appreciated. And we're going to be giving it a little bit more time. I'm curious what Obsidian meant by a deviant lodge. All I can think of is he meant clandestine lodge, which unfortunately those things do exist, but clandestine, I'm not one of those people who get super shirty about clandestine lodges. They can do what they want so long as people recognize that when you're joining them, you're not joining a lodge that will give you the ability to travel and see things outside of it. Is what people need to remember. Oops. Now, how do I get this thing set up so I don't have to keep holding it because this is getting a pain in the butt? Hold on one second. I have an idea. This might not work, but if it does, I'm a genius. I have no idea what that means. Yes, Angry Angel. I have said that a million times, and you are absolutely correct. So, it is unfortunately like the example I've used before, and I still really like this example. It's like riding a bicycle. You can read every single article about riding a bicycle and what it means, how to ride a bicycle and the history of bicycles and blah, blah, blah. Until you are actually riding a bicycle, you're never going to truly understand what it's like. Freemasonry is the exact same way. Ultimately, Freemasonry is experiential. What makes Freemasonry work, what makes Freemasonry special, is the experience you have being a Freemason. It has nothing to do with just the book knowledge or the book learning, right? Like I know that Freemasonry was founded June 24th, 1717, or excuse me, I know the Premier Grand Lodge of England was formed June 24th, 1717. That doesn't mean I understand what it means to be a Freemasonry, what it means to be a Freemason, excuse me, or what Freemasonry is. We need to keep that in mind. All right, I'm just trying to get my phone set up here. I know this is a different spot than normal because my battery is being a pain. My wall socket is being a pain. I am a Freemason. I've been a Freemason for just about 20 years. I was initiated in Windsor Lodge. Sorry about this. Windsor Lodge 403 in 2000. Work. Don't fall. In 2007, which is crazy to think it's been that long. Oh, there we go. I just saw actually if this falls, don't be alarmed. It's just because I can't get this thing set. I saw somebody say that they saw a really old movie from 2001, and then I swear I thought my bones were going to go to dust The fact that 2001 is an old movie. What bean am I spilling? Um, right? I'm here talking about Freemasonry, talking about the ways it has and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. I'm proud to discuss those things. There are things I don't discuss, the private stuff about Freemasonry. However, I love talking about it, and I hope that this channel helps Freemasonry grow. I do not, because I don't do Freemasonry. Even if I were to give away my Masonic work for free, believe me, I would not be able to get anybody to I would not be able to give my Masonic work away for free because I am a terrible tradesman and a terrible craftsman. I can assure you of that. Um, Knowing and experiencing are absolutely two different things. There's definitely, like, without a doubt, and I don't want to make it sound like there's not, there is absolutely a value to having knowledge. And I don't want, whenever I give that example, I never want it to sound as though I'm disparaging the idea of like learning about Freemasonry from books. There's a value to it, but until you've truly experienced a degree, you're not going to truly understand what Freemasonry is all about. Um, it's like another example outside of riding a bicycle. I can give you the music sheet that goes through the notes of every single note in the song Simple Man. It doesn't mean the same thing as you actually hearing the song, hearing the singing, hearing the song. That's what will create that special bond between you and the song. If that makes any sense. Bellhop, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. We're just hanging out. Consider a gift, super chat, all the rest of it. I would truly, truly appreciate it. Sorry, Bellhop, I don't do free labor, except on YouTube, unless people pay me. So, hello, Arabica. Is that a type of coffee you like? Hello, Cowan. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Well, it's interested. The idea of the accumulation of knowledge and that being potentially a not so good thing, that is something that your friend and mine, Albert Pike, actually talked about a lot in Morals and Dogma. Thank you for the star. What is Masonic events? There are many different types of Masonic events, Dev Masonry, that exist. There could be, for example, amongst other things, it could be anything from a, it could be anything from a annual communication, which is where Masons gather from all over the world, in fact, to just hang out, learn about what's happening with Freemasonry in a certain area, to a Masonic meeting, to a Masonic dinner, to a banquet, an education night. There are many, many things that we within Freemasonry can do to hold events. It's really, really important that we do those things as well, right? Because one of the biggest mistakes that we can make within Freemasonry is thinking we don't need to hold events or celebrations. But when we hold these events, we need to make sure we're inviting people from all over the country, really. So, in the world. And using these events to celebrate not simply our Masonic lodges, um, but also to celebrate Freemasonry as a whole. Thank you, Lion. Please hit like and subscribe. I haven't stopped yet. This is going to be, I think, a bit of a marathon stream, which I'm really excited for and I really enjoy. Sometimes they're really fun to do. Why I sound like I sing opera? Because I have a very nice voice, and I'm very proud of my nice voice. Which Templar faction? No Templar factions. I'm not a Templar. So, Lion, do you have any thoughts on Freemasonry? Nathaniel Johnson, any thoughts on Freemasonry? Positive, negative, or neutral? Let me know. I'd love to hear it. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're all having an excellent day. I was having cheese and crackers, but I'm not having anything right now. But let me know how it's going. And HMH, do you have any thoughts on Freemasonry? I don't know if that's a good thing or a not good thing. I would say whether you work at Walmart or anywhere else, there's nothing wrong with a good, honest day's work. But I hope everybody here is doing well. We're having a great turnout. A lot of people are showing up. Thank you so much for that. As always, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I would truly, truly appreciate it. No, you do not get paid for joining Freemasonry. If anybody tells you that you should join Freemasonry, you'll get paid for it. Um, you will be, you are almost certainly being scammed. Freemasonry has nothing to do with, getting paid to join. A lot of people will, there's a lot of Masonic scams right now happening, and it's really unfortunate, where they will say, if you join Freemasonry, like you will get scammed, or if you join us and we'll give you riches. If anybody's making you any promises that you'll make money or be rich or powerful or successful because you're joining Freemasonry, um, they are scamming you almost 100% for sure, or they're just wrong. They've somehow been given some bad information, but more than likely it's a scam. As Angry Angel says, it would be great to get paid, yes, but no. Nonetheless, that's not what it's all about. So, it is not linked to defending the faith. In some ways, I agree, Sarsentia. I've grown to like scam. In some ways, you could argue it is linked to defending faith, in the sense of to be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. The nature of that supreme being is up to you. We have Freemasons who are Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Hindu, First Nations. And one of the things, kind of the ethical understandings of Freemasonry, is that we should be supportive of different faiths. We should not judge anybody's faith. So whether you are, whatever it is you are, I'm going to support you as a brother, as a neighbor, as a friend. Thank you, Darkness Knight. How's it going? Penny and Lunas. It's been a while. Good to see you, Penny and Lunas. If I haven't seen you in a while. It might be because you don't have your notification bell turned on. If you are subscribed and you've not done so yet, make sure you turn on your notification bell. That way, whenever I'll be able to, when I'm streaming, you'll be able to find me. So please consider turning on that notification bell. But I hope you're doing well. There you go. As Angry Angel says, if you're expecting a financial, economic, or any other type of benefit, you are going to be very disappointed. That is not what Freemasonry is about. I mean, I am the list. That's an interesting name. Well, I'm glad that YouTube is doing that. So thank you, YouTube Modern Welfare. But it never hurts to turn on your notification bell just to be extra safe. It also sends a message to YouTube that people like my content if you have the notification bell turned on. Aren't Irish people Anglo-Saxons? I don't know what the differences are. Yeah, of course. There are many Irish Freemasons. Irish Freemasons are a valuable part of Freemasonry. So we have men of all different faiths, backgrounds, Irish, English, Scottish, South American, North American, Spanish, Indigenous, Australian, though you can't understand what they're saying. I'm just kidding. I love my Australian brothers. So yeah, Freemasonry judges the internal, not the external qualifications of man, and that includes, does not matter where you're from. So Nathaniel Johnson's, are there transgenders in Freemasons lodges? It all depends. So I will say I have zero issues sitting next to a transgender Mason if he was, let's say, assigned female at birth but transitions to male. Then he's my brother if he joins. Every Masonic jurisdiction has a different rule about trans membership, but I think the best policy comes from England, which in 2018 put out a policy that basically said if you're a trans male and you want to join Freemasonry, then you join Freemasonry, which I think is the exact right approach to take. I can say this, if I'm meeting with somebody and they want to join Freemasonry, I'm not asking them whether they are transgender or not. It does not matter to me. What matters is, are they good people and good men? That's the end of it. Mohammed, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I mean, yeah, every man can be a Freemason. Well, there are certain rules, obviously. You need to believe in a supreme being. You need to be, you need to believe in a supreme being. You need to be at least the correct age. In Ontario, it's 21. So yeah. Well, first, I'm not sure of what NARS, but you should always be willing to talk to a trusted adult. And if you are under the age of 18, you should not be here unless you have your parents' permission to be on stream. And you have to be willing to join of your own free will and accord. That's an interesting question, Valnice. I think you're new to the stream. I don't recognize your name. If you're not new, very sorry. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. What are some red flags I look for when talking to an applicant? I mean, so part of the problem is whenever somebody is joining Freemasonry, there is always a leap of faith involved. You as a lodge are always taking a risk because no matter how good you try to be at gauging someone's character, you're always taking a risk that it's just not going to be for them, or heaven forbid, they might actually be a bad person. Like, you don't know for sure, but you have to just do your best. And that's also true for the person joining, by the way. They're taking a leap of faith too, because they can't know for sure that Freemasonry is right for them until they've joined and got used to it. I would honestly say, and this is going to sound kind of strange, obviously a huge red flag is going to be if they are joining because they think they'll get rich or famous or powerful. So that's obvious. But I would say a big one, and this is one I've tried to test for more recently, is if they indicate a lack of curiosity or a lack of a lack of curiosity. If they're not asking a lot of questions, if they're not demonstrating an interest. The reason is I recently have done some very unscientific studies where I've found that the Masons who remain the most active and most involved in the craft over long periods of time always tend to have a personality trait that trends towards curiosity and open mindedness. I actually wrote a whole article about that on Medium, which I hope you guys will check out. So if you are not somebody who is particularly curious or open minded, I'm not sure how active of a Freemason you're necessarily going to be or remain. So that might be the main one, to be honest. I mean, any religion, right? If you believe in a supreme being, that's what matters. Um, so modern welfare, it's complicated. Um, I always say, and I've said this a million times, don't do the work for the lodge. What I mean by that is, I don't know what your history is. I don't know what happened. If you, um, you know, you have your record, but let's say you went to jail, you served your time, you went to counseling. It's been several decades. You've turned your life around, maybe dealt with whatever was going on in your life that caused that. I think you still should, if you're interested, approach the Masonic Lodge and express your interest in joining. Now, they may not accept you, depending on how violent the crime was, and etc., etc. But don't do the work for the lodge. Be honest and upfront with them. Explain what happened. Explain what steps you've taken to turn your life around and to make better kind of decisions. And then you let the lodge decide. It's completely fine. I'm not going to, and the lodge may say, and it's completely within their right, it was simply too violent. It was too. There's a term for it in Texas. I can't think of what it's called now, but it's just too much, and therefore, no, we're not gonna accept it, and so be it. Right? That is just one of the things that if it can happen, but you should still do the application process and just be honest with them. I am a firm believer that every Masonic lodge should have a criminal record check as well as a criminal record check as well as a credit check and a health check, to be honest. But well, that's one of the reasons, Nathaniel, by I think we should do credit checks. So there's nothing I've ever heard where people say specifically that if you have back child support, you won't be accepted into a lodge. I've never heard that brought up as a specific reason. But joining Freemasonry, there are dues associated with Freemasonry. There's yearly dues you have to pay, things of that nature. If you are super in debt, I'm not going to say it's a red flag in terms of your moral character because things happen, but I would be worried about is being a Freemason simply going to put added stress on you, right? Is it going to become the point where, like, you're so stressed out about paying your dues, you can't attend meetings because you're taking all the overtime you can get, you don't know how you're going to pay your Masonic dues, whatever else it might be. And I think that would be, to me, a very concerning thing. So it's not an automatic no, but again, it's one of those situations where you have to look at, like, is it possible that this will simply cause you greater amounts of stress? Because there are, I mean, it's simply one night a month in theory, practically not so much, but in theory. But if you are out, like if you need to be out every night to work, are we putting too much stress on you? Then do you feel guilty about about missing lodge meetings? Like what do you do, right? Um, I would accept it. I would probably tell you to maybe reconsider the types of relationships you're getting into, or maybe consider talking to somebody about why you're doing that habitually. But I'm not going to let somebody's personal life interfere with their Masonic life, so long as you're not letting it interfere. Now, if your girlfriends start showing up at the Masonic lodge looking for you and yelling and screaming, well, then that's a problem. And then we'll have to talk to some people about that and how you can maybe make some better decisions. But that's kind of a separate issue altogether. Nathaniel, you're starting to get kind of weird. I'm going to probably put you on timeout in a second. I mean, what I will say is if people have addictions, again, that's not an automatic yes, that's not an automatic no, but I would say your addictions need to be under control before you look at joining because, again, we don't want to be adding added stress to you. Freemasonry is not inherently stressful, but if your addiction is resulting in you spending all your money on not so good things and then you have no money left over for dues, that is a problem. Debit, I have never met Brother Shaquille O'Neal, but I would love to. Everything I've seen indicates he's a good dude and good people and working hard for like different charities. So I don't know him, obviously, but everything I see about him seems like he is a credit to the craft. So I would love to meet him. I'd love to have him on the podcast at some point. I think it'd be really, really fun and really, really cool to have him join. We are just hanging out. So I'm doing a bit of a marathon stream. I didn't plan to be honest, but just how it worked out. Um, Freemasonry. Freemasonry attracts people of Freemasonry attracts people of all different sorts. That can include people in debt and with legal struggles, and they may be looking for at Freemasonry for a variety of reasons. Um, so no, I think it attracts people of all different sorts. I think. Thank you, Yuko. I think I would worry though that somebody who is having legal troubles or in active addiction is probably like I don't know to what extent. Like my concern would be they have so much happening in their life. You want them focused when they're in Freemasonry to be focused on Freemasonry, right? I don't want them focused on the challenges that they're facing in their life. I want them focused on Freemasonry. So I think a lot of them probably end up not. I think a lot of them probably end up not joining at the time. Now they may join later once they get their debt sorted out and once they get their legal struggles sorted out. But um, that's something a little bit different. So Angry Angel, what do you think? Heavy, um, if someone is a heavy drug addict, do you think that they would find success within Freemasonry or could join Freemasonry? Dale Usury says hi and says no. No to my question? Actually, I'm going to make that a poll question. Give me just 1 second. It's just such a pain having this phone kind of. Zero. I mean, lots of brethren have lots of problems. I've known brethren who had problems with alcohol. You're absolutely right. Um, I've also known brethren who have problems with drugs. Sometimes it's the fault of um, I would say it's the fault of the investigation committee not properly guarding the West Gate, which can happen. That's a term used to mean, allowing somebody in who's struggling and maybe not the best fit for Freemasonry. But it's sometimes, life happens and they develop these problems later on in life than they expected to. And that can also be a real problem that can happen quite a bit. So I would like, you'd hope that Freemasonry could always be there for people and help them. But one thing I've learned is people are people. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, people are going to be struggling with all sorts of different issues. And in some of those cases, there really is nothing you can do except try to offer them help, encourage them to get help. But problems develop. And a lot of times it could come from anything, right? People could get injured and hurt at work, and then they're prescribed pain medications and they don't realize that it's addictive. Those things happen. And I'm going to be careful about this, and I'm not going to give a specific type of addiction. I'm just going to say addiction. So you can pick whatever you want. It could be anything from alcohol through to who knows what else. We are all human at the end of the day, and we're all struggling. It's definitely a part of the journey. I think some people can think to themselves that Freemasonry, which is weird, I'm going to deal with this, can like just end everybody's struggle and everybody's going to be fine, and that's just not the case. I don't care how good of a quote unquote like Freemasonry is. You do the best you can, right? You do the best you can, but you understand you have the resources to help people. I think every Freemason, especially once you reach a certain level, like administration wise, should have information regarding local resources and community resources and places to get help. But I discovered this when I worked in a jail and when I was a probation officer. No matter how hard you try, you can't save everybody. Can a DD? I mean, I believe a Grand Lodge can remove a worshipful master. I would need to double check because I don't remember what the exact process is. Um, but I believe it has to come from the Grand Master first. Um, but you can be suspended whether you are a mace, whether you're a worshipful master or anything else, depending on your behaviors. Again, I've known Masons who've had alcohol and drug related struggles, even as a worshipful master, and you do the best you can. Please, as always, take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. I don't know, Delusory, if you heard what I was talking about earlier about Freemasonry and um, being involved with different community groups, or sorry, with economic tourism. But our Masonic buildings and our Masonic lodges are very often tourist and visitor destinations and contribute greatly to our Masonic, to our local economies. And I think, unfortunately, very often they do not get the credit they deserve for that. So I talked today about both A, how we in our Masonic lodges can do our best to make sure that our Masonic buildings are economically relevant to our communities, but then also to make sure that we let people know about that relevance. Because that relevance is great, but if people don't know about it, it's not so helpful. I have a big forehead. I've grown to accept it. Please hit like and subscribe. So it was a really fun thing to talk about. And now we're just hanging out, waiting to see who joins. Don't forget, support me on Patreon, support me on Medium, support me on all these different channels. I'd really appreciate it. Um, you cannot take the light away from him if he develops it. I mean, in theory, I don't know when you say take the light. Like, the light of Freemasonry is not something that you can ever take away from somebody, right? We can't, we don't have man in black technology. Um, so once you take that obligation and once you've been through the degrees, you've got the information, you've got the secrets, they've been passed down in the legitimate way. We can't take that away from you. We can take away your membership, but that doesn't mean we can take away Freemasonry. Good, Dale. I think that's awesome. I've known many Masonic buildings that do things like that, and I think that's wonderful. I don't care whether it's for elections or anything else, to see a Masonic building be used that way is wonderful. You should be proud of that. And it's a little thing, but it demonstrates to the entire community that you're there for them, that you care about that community, and you want it to be a success. So good for you. Do you find that it brings certain positive press to the lodge, to the building, to Freemasonry? And also, how long have you been doing it for? All right, I hope that stays. I am trying my best. My outlet isn't working, so I have to come here in the kitchen, which means I have to have this weird setup, which I do not like very much. But hey, that's okay. I'm still here chatting about Freemasonry. Hit like, hit subscribe, super chat. You're doing better than me, Angry Angel. I speak English and bad English. And even my English is bad English, and my bad English is very bad English. So, but my day, Cowan, has been going very well. I hope you are doing well also. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Dale. And how many years have you been using, has the municipality been using your building? 15. That is awesome. What are my views on addiction? Well, I was a probation officer for 5 years. I worked in a jail for 5 years. So unfortunately, I saw a lot of addiction. And it was always incredibly sad to see. Um, I mean, honestly, I don't have a simple solution. I wish I did. It is a disease, but personal choice plays a role in it. What I would hope that you would do is look at the start of the phone book, find an AA group within your area, go see them. In my experience, so long as you're not being disruptive or being a jerk, even if you show up intoxicated, it's going to be okay because they want you there. Obviously, you can't be disruptive to anybody else. I would say just show up hungover and just keep stepping. I know it sounds very basic, but it's not. Like every single day, try to do something. Try to drink one beer less per day and then switch it up to two and switch it up to three. Be very careful and make sure you get support if, medical support if you try to quit cold turkey because that can have medical issues. But just try your best, talk to a doctor, and see if you can take little steps every day to do just one thing better. And even if it can't be around the addiction, find it around something else. So every day, even if you feel like you're not at this point ready to make steps that will help with the addiction, exercise, do push-ups, give yourself something else to think about. That stuff is very helpful. Um, Addiction does come from all walks of life. You're absolutely true. I don't know if any city does, to be honest, or sorry, any country does, Dale. And again, it has to be a team effort. And when I say team, I mean including the individual who has the substance use issues, right? Everybody needs to be involved with this at the same time. Um, so it can't simply be a matter of, you know, not enough not enough facilities, right? That's just not. It has to be the person as well taking some responsibility. But it's also, I don't mean to say that to imply it's not also a disease. And so I hope that you will, like I said, just try to find someone to talk to, try to find a group to talk to a doctor, depending on how you're considering, reducing your intake. And even if you don't make any steps around the addiction, try to find something else in your life that you can make positive engagement in. Even if it is simply a matter of a single, you know, doing 20 push ups a day. And if you do 20 push ups a day, do 21 push ups a day. At least you'll be able to look and say you've made progress in one area of your life. And hopefully that progress can then lead you to make progress in additional areas of your life. And I wish you the best of luck. I genuinely think, though, that you'll be able to make it if you just keep working and keep stepping. And don't ever quit. And we're all thinking about you and hoping for you. Negative action is not the worst thing in the world, meaning doing things you don't want to do. If you don't feel like going out with your friends because, you want to stay home and drink, forcing yourself to go with your friends in a non alcoholic setting like a coffee shop, it can be a long road. I mean, I have never had a drink. I've never done any substances, so I cannot speak from personal experience. I can simply speak from my experience professionally, and I can say that it is really tough and it is really hard. But in my experience, the people who do it and stick with it and get sober are able to find are able to find peace, and maybe it's not always as long a road as they thought it would be. We're just going to keep hanging out. I've been getting a lot of people joining, which I'm grateful for. So I figured I would just keep on here and see who wants to join. It's been great to see the people jumping on. Please, by the way, hit like, hit subscribe, super chat, all that stuff would be very helpful. Thank you for the hearts. And let's wait to see who wants to hang out. We got some hearts. We got some other things. I don't know if that's Smokey the Clown. Actually, this is a good opportunity because things seem to be slightly less than normal. I need to run to the washroom like crazy. No, Sarsentia. My lodge is emulation, which is the UGLE ritual, but my lodge is um, in Grand Lodge of Canada in Ontario. So same ritual, different jurisdiction. I need to go to the washroom. I'll be back in a moment. I can't give you guys my usual co-host. Angry Angel, wait for 2 minutes. I'll tell you when I get back. While I'm gone, people do a super chat. Just $2. Help a brother out. Okay, I am back. What would I say is the greatest benefit of being a Freemason? So I'm going to answer these questions not quite in this order. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to answer the question of what would I say is the greatest benefit of being a Freemason first. Then I'm going to answer the Scottish Rite question. And of course, I forgot to get my pop. So I now have my pop. So, so I like what Sarcientia says there, and he's absolutely right when he starts with, for me, there is no single greatest benefit to being a Freemason, as much as we like to think that there is. Every Freemason will find his, or her for that matter, own personal benefits. For me, it's feeling like I'm closer to my grandfather. He passed away before I was born, and I really felt like being a Freemason makes me feel more connected to him. I will also say, however, that if I had to pick a overarching benefit, I would say it gives you the opportunity to try and make the world a better place. It puts you in a privileged position to help people around you by gathering with your friends, your brothers, pooling your resources, and holding charitable events, celebrations, and being there for your brethren, which is a really big deal. And something we don't see a lot of every day. You can make genuine improvements in the world through Freemasonry, more so even than to yourself. Um, so Angry Angel, I just wanted to focus on Craft Lodge. I think, well, look, I appreciate Scottish Rite, I do, and I think it has done a lot of incredible things for our communities and for the world. Um, Scottish Rite Learning Center being the perfect example of that. I genuinely believe that everything within Freemasonry has to start and end with the craft lodges. And if we are not seeing those craft lodges grow, right, Freemasonry itself is not going to make it. And so I wanted to focus all my energies. I'm a member of 5 craft lodges, right? So I wanted to focus all of my energies on my craft Masonic lodges more so than anything else. So that's why I chose, and this as well. And I could join and just not show up, but I don't want to do that. All right, guys, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. As always, any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, let me know. I've been having a great stream, but it's great to see it grow. So maybe we'll do, who knows? I mean, I'm 4 hours in, and it's been great to see so many, 4 hours and 30 minutes in. So So let's give it some time and let's see who jumps in the chat. I hope I answered your questions well. I mean, I have no issue with it, Sarcentia. I think mentorship is incredibly important, but there's so much about Masonic knowledge and so much Masonic learning that, like, you will never learn it all, right? I don't care how hard you work, how much time and effort you put into it. To expect a mentor to know everything is just not possible. So I say the more resources, the better. Now, obviously, make sure they're legitimate resources and make sure they're legit resources, but if you can do that and make sure they're legitimate, then I don't think it's any issue. So long as Masonic mentors remember that doesn't give them an excuse to stop caring or stop paying attention. Um, What about you, Sarsentia? What's your thoughts on different like online resources? I guess it's not just online. Like I mean, when I joined, one of the things I was given was, and this shows how old I am, a VHS tape about Freemasonry. This is back when I had a VCR. So that's an example of kind of offloading those resources, right? Yet it still worked. And I still learned stuff. So I guess that would be my humble opinion on that. We'll just keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Thank you, Debit. That is incredibly kind of you. Let me see if I can do this. Because I do have a super chat where every super chat of $2 or more, we have text to speech app. But I just need to get it up. When I moved over here, I realized it's not up right now. I hope I've been able also to answer some questions well. Let's see. Audible Veracity, how's it going? Thank you so much for being here. By the way, just remember there are millions of ways that you can help support this channel. Without a doubt, super chats are a big one.
At debit 425 to United States dollars. Have a nice day, smile.
Hope you guys heard that. I will admit I did feel, I mean, okay, that makes sense. Um, and I do think if you are, especially if you're joining specifically for that social component, then being directed to a web portal is going to feel kind of like you've been like you're lost, or like you're being pushed off to the side. I suppose it's more what are you looking to learn. So for example, a mentor should be able to mentor you and guide you through the first 3 degrees, what to expect, what you have to do, the work you need to do. There's zero doubt and zero question that you need to do those 3 things. But I think it depends on the type. So if, for example, you want to know the history of the ancients and the moderns, and what the conflict was about and how it was resolved, that obviously to me is more of a web portal question than a mentor question. If you want to know what is expected of you in lodge and dress code, things like that, that is a sponsor or a mentor question. But keep in mind as well, I'm going to speak for the Ontario perspective, although this could apply outside of it. One of the things a lot of people mistake and misunderstand is they think that you just need 2 sponsors and that's good enough. And technically that is, but there's nothing stopping an applicant from having 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 sponsors. And the more sponsors you're willing to get on an application, the more likely that applicant is to be able to track down and get a mentor when he needs one. Yeah, and that stuff's important. It's just Freemasonry is so broad. It's hard to know. Like, there's probably some general information that every mentor should know, but it's just there's so much, right? Like, I do this for a living, and I don't know everything. So, to expect a mentor to have it all, the mentor's job, in my opinion, when it comes to stuff like general Masonic knowledge, like the history of the ancients and the moderns, the mentor's job should be to know what the ancients and the moderns are, and then to know the best resources to send someone to, more so than anything else. What do I want to know? You can become my mentor. I want to know, did you hit like, did you hit subscribe, and will you give me a super chat? That is what I would like to know. As well as, please answer the poll question. Same thing with like a Masonic Constitution, John. Sorry, Sentia. Like, I don't think anybody, including worshipful masters, should know every section of the Constitution. But they should know where to find the information they need. So, what section of the Constitution do they discuss? I don't know, Masonic punishments or something. If for whatever reasons, knock on wood, heaven forbid, it comes up, right? I think that's a pretty fair thing. I don't want to sell islands. I want you to hit like and subscribe. How's about that? We are at, by the way, 4,141 subscribers. We are getting close to 5,000. We are less than 900 away. So help a brother out. Well, thank you, John. In that case, let me know what you think of the poll question or anything else you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. I appreciate you being here. I hope you're having a good day. I'm good. I don't need to access anybody's um I don't need to access anyone's network or contacts. The commission is 8%. I don't know if I could, I don't know how to sell an island. And honestly, I would feel in today's economy, I would feel a little bit skeevy selling an island when there are people who, I mean, there's always people who can't afford to eat, in fairness, but I would be especially concerned about doing it today. So maybe let's not sell any islands, but I do appreciate the offer. The most important thing is simply that you guys hit like, subscribe. Oh, hey man, watching Canada in the World Cup, CM. I should be, because I always say that I'm a Canadian first, but honestly, I'm not a big soccer fan, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed that Canada will make it. And based, I'm just call you based. Please hit like and subscribe. Well, it seems like we have somebody making some jokes. Let's just put this guy in a timeout. Wrong shaped ball. This has been a fun stream. We're getting a lot of people on. Like, it's been a good number. So I'm just happy to keep hanging out. I hope that you guys learned some things and we'll just chat for a while. What's the issue with addiction and being a Freemason? I mean, there's no issue per se. It's just one of the things we think about is if somebody's joining and they're addicted. I mean, it. I guess what I would say is if they have an addiction such that it is struggling, they are struggling with their life to get it in order. Do we want them to be part of Freemasonry or do we want them to get their life in order and then join? I mean, it can be an issue. I've unfortunately been in some lodges where there have been people who have had addiction issues, including the worshipful master who's supposed to run the meeting. And like, it's really tough to see somebody go through that. And you have to be concerned about them driving to and from the lodge while intoxicated, not being able to pay their dues because they're spending it on other things. I mean, it's one of those issues where you could argue, so long as they can show up to the lodge sober and not drive intoxicated, who cares? But I'd like to think as Freemasons we would care all the time and want a Mason and a brother to be acting a certain way, whether they are in lodge or not. So I can see it being an issue. Like I remember going to one lodge and there was a brother who was really, really intoxicated and it was tough to see. And it also, you could argue, and I would argue, it showed disrespect to the lodge itself. showing up in that state. So, well, that's the question, CM, and I honestly don't know what the answer is. The basic question you're asking, and believe me, it's a good question, and I wish I could answer it, is is Freemasonry where you go to make your life better, or is Freemasonry um, where you go after you after you've got your life in order, or is it both? Right? Should it be both? Like I don't know. I've argued in the past that ultimately the question you should ask yourself before going into doing anything, and that includes joining Freemasonry, is what can I contribute or how can I contribute to the lodge? That is to me the most important thing. So it's not about what you can receive from it or the solutions you can receive from it. Rather, it's about what you can gain, what you can give to it. If you are in the middle of an addiction, you maybe have less to give than otherwise because you're so focused on yourself and your addiction. And that's not a judgment thing, it's just the nature of a disease, right? It takes so much, whether it be a disease like addiction or anything else. Diseases are selfish, right? And so to me, it's like you join because you can contribute something to this thing called Freemasonry. If you're in the midst of an addiction, are you going to be able to contribute to it? Or by not admitting him, are we setting up a system where he doesn't get the support he needs and it gets worse, right? Voltaire said, you know, who was a Freemason, by the way, Voltaire said, man is responsible for all the good he does not do, which is a quote I really, really love. But that's one of those questions where, okay, what does it mean? Does that mean that we have a responsibility to allow anybody into the craft who may have an addiction because that may be good for that person and help him kick his addiction? No. When you say too frank, no. I mean, look at me. I talk about being a Freemason pretty much every day, Monday through Friday, 1 a.m. and 1 p.m. And I always love doing so. So, no, absolutely not. Now, you shouldn't be sharing the private information about our Masonic ceremonies, obviously, but I mean, that's not going to get you in that much trouble if you do it, to be honest, anyways. Um, it's just a tough question, and a lot of people are struggling with it right now. Not just in Freemasonry, but in many different civic institutions and civic organizations, right? Which is how do we, as Freemasons, deal with people who are struggling? Do we allow Freemasonry to be viewed as a type of self-help group, a community group, both? No, for PZZ, I do not. I think he's a pretty bad person. I think he's made a lot of things a lot worse for a lot of people, but that's my opinion. Keep in mind, Freemasonry is not a religion. Sorry, it's not political. There are many Freemasons who probably support Donald Trump, many like me who do not. There is no. In fact, we're not allowed to discuss politics within a lodge. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. I hope everybody is doing well. My erudite synthesis of this intricate subject matter completely dismantles conventional paradigms. Alex, you should make a super chat. Say that in the super chat and hear it right out text to speech. That's such a beautiful statement. I don't even understand what it meant, but it sounds quite nice. Alex, you and I do as well. I don't know, CM. I don't really ask questions about people's religion. If I had to guess, I would say yes. But I belong to lodges that have Jewish members and Muslim members, pretty decent numbers, I suppose. So I think so, though. I mean, I'm a member of 5 Masonic lodges, keep in mind. As do I, Alex. As do I. But I hope everybody watching this is doing well. I hope you'll take a moment to hit like and hit subscribe and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or anything that you guys want to talk about. Do I believe Freemasonry can change a person? Yeah, but the Orange Order was not Masonic. A lot of Masons were in it, but it wasn't Masonic. Um, as Angry points out, yeah, very often we don't. You can take guesses. I mean, in my experience, almost always lodge, the lodge will reflect whatever the membership is of the community in which it's located. So if you are part of a Masonic lodge that is, let's say, 90%, so if you are part of a community and the community is 90% Muslim, your lodge will likely be 90% Muslim, right? It's just kind of is the way it is. If you 10%, then 10%, that type of thing. It's 10% Christian, 10% Lodge Christian, or the other way around, but it's not something that we really discuss very often. Do I think a person, I mean, I don't think people change as a general rule. I think people are what they are. Now, it is possible to be a good person and do bad things. It's also possible to be a bad person and do good things. I think from a idea of learning more about, like, I think, how do I put this in a way that makes sense? From if you want a manual on how to be a good neighbor, a good brother, a good friend, if you want those lessons, Freemasonry is a great vehicle and a great teacher through which you can learn better about how to treat those around you, how to be kind, how to be generous, how to be a good neighbor, brother, and friend. But you have to be a good person at the start to truly take those lessons and apply them well. So if you live in mainland Europe, there's a bunch of Masonic lodges in mainland Europe, obviously, and I don't know what part of Europe you live in, but there's Freemasonry in throughout Europe. Just like Angry Angel said, if the great architect of the universe is intentionally defined in a theologically non-dogmatic manner, does this conceptual elasticity risk reducing the symbol to a vacuous signifier devoid of substantive metaphysical content? I mean, the symbol itself has no substantive metaphysical content, right? That's why it's so valuable, because it allows for a Muslim to view the great architect as within his faith, and allows a Christian to view the great architect within his faith, and etc., etc. So the beautiful thing about it is it has no internal content. Rather, it's what content is imbued in it by each individual Freemason, which is the most beautiful thing about Freemasonry. It's, Freemasonry is not special. What's special is the relationship between the Freemason and the symbols. And no two Freemasons will have precisely the same relationship with it. And that is actually a really beautiful thing. That you can have this organization that's been around for so long that unites people, yet unites people, all of whom have slightly different interpretations and understandings of it. Yeah, it's on 8:45, you don't. I mean, the best way to win an argument is don't argue. Honestly, that's been one of the things I've struggled to learn in life, not just with women, just with life, is usually, even if you win an argument, you don't win the argument. Usually, it's just a lot of time and energy and efforts wasted. So, don't argue is probably the best piece of advice I can give you. Second best piece of advice, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would really, really appreciate it. Um, it's on 845. If you hit like and subscribe, then you won the argument. How's about that? So, Alex, I like the way you asked that question. I like the word you used, and I agree with you completely, by the way. When you say why some people. Oh, maybe I read it wrong. Why some people believe. I thought you said why do some people need to believe? But maybe you said why some people believe. So there's a lot of different reasons why people believe in Freemasonry. It all comes down in 2026 to finding nonsense on social media and running with it. But ultimately, it's a codependent relationship with conspiracy. I don't know if you, Alex, if you've ever seen this movie, I already like it. It's called Bug, B-U-G. It stars it stars Ashley Judd and Michael Shannon from Superman. He played Zod. It's about this woman who is living a very sad, lonely life, and she lets a drifter stay with her. And through the process of this drifter staying with her, this drifter convinces her that not only is her motel room infested with bugs, but he himself is infested with bugs, and they all are infested with bugs, and he's just a crazy person. But you find out that because she's living such a sad, lonely life and had a lot of trauma, a lot of PTSD, she latched on to these conspiracy theories as a way to make herself feel better. Um, because it's easier in these moments when she's struggling to latch onto conspiracy and believe them than to deal with A, the fact that she's been victimized many times, and B, that she still has a responsibility to get her life in some type of order. It's easier to just fall into conspiracy and conspiracy minded traps. So I think people need to believe in conspiracies, including the idea that Freemasonry is connected to Satanism, because very often they are likely living challenging, difficult, sad lives. And it's easier to use conspiracy as a way to think about things outside of that sad life, in my opinion. Otherwise, it could just be they misunderstood Albert Pike, or they saw something on social media that was full of baloney. Um, so that's why. I mean, the definition of Satanism, as a general rule, I would just define it as a belief in Satan as one's supreme, as one's force for good in the world. To my understanding, it's a set of beliefs where the supreme being is actually oneself and not something outside of oneself, which does create problems if a Satanist tried to join Freemasonry. I've never met a Satanist Freemason. I don't think they would enjoy it very much, but I don't think they'd be able to join because it's one of the few times where their supreme being definition, I don't know if it would count or not. It wouldn't pass mustard with me. It can't simply be that you believe in Freemasonry yourself, right? You need to there needs to be more than that, in my oh so humble opinion. I hope that made sense. Let's keep it going, guys, with these super chats, with the like button, with the subscribe button. I would really, really appreciate it. We are getting close to 5,000 subs. We're on our way, so. I mean, no. Vaunus. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Um, Vonisius. I mean, when you say increase the chances, I assume you mean increase the chances of being accepted. And no, what they're going to look for then, it's not a skill thing at all. It really is going to just be, are you a good man? And, do you get along well with others, I suppose? Just what, the general feeling they get from you. That is going to be what they're looking for. Now, if you're talking about after, you want to make a smooth Masonic experience, certainly developing skills as it relates to memorization is going to be really helpful because in order to advance from the first degree to the second and then third degree, there's a call and response thing. You need to be able to memorize certain passages. You may decide you want to stay as entered apprentice, which is perfectly fine, but memorization is a good skill to have. If you want to become a worshipful master of a lodge, then absolutely learning how to run and organize meetings, learning about Robert's Rules of Order is very helpful as well. And I really do believe also that there are a lot of skills that, again, it's not going to increase your chances of joining. They're not going to make you, it's not going to make a difference in that sense. But just for you personally to be a better Mason and to be a better Masonic leader, if you want to be, I really think every Mason should get first aid training, psychological first aid training, food handler safety certification, smart serve or equivalent um, alcohol serving certification, WHMIS, workplace hazardous material training, and should be aware of whatever uh, security features exist within the building and know about them, including emergency exits. So, first aid, if there's a physical emergency in your Masonic meeting, like a brother has a heart attack, you know what to do. Psychological first aid, if a brother goes through a crisis event emotionally, you know what to do and be there for him. Food handler certification, so you know the safe ways to serve food to your brethren when you are junior warden and what is safe and not safe. WHMIS, because many Masonic buildings have within them some type of hazardous materials. Usually, and almost always, it is cleaning supplies, which can be hazardous if not stored properly. But some of the old buildings, especially, still use chemicals in heating systems, and who knows what else there could be. So I think that will help you maintain and manage the building. Smart serve in case you are involved in a building that is, serving alcohol. And also, I think it's good to have working with people with disabilities because your Masonic brethren may come to you. They may be disabled, have a disability, whatever it might be. Knowing how best to accommodate them can be incredibly helpful as well. But that all comes later. When you're looking at the application process and just joining, are you a good dude? Do you get along well with others? Are you generally curious and interested? That's really where it starts and ends. Get yourself to bed, Sarsentia. But thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate it, and I'm grateful. Jeremy, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, if a brother was, I don't know, acting a fool, and I knew he was a Mason, I might just tell him like, "You're a Mason, act better." I don't think I'd use any code words or code names. Sidney Portier was a handsome fella. So if you think that's how I look, that's perfectly fine. Daniel, thank you. Um, well, I think so. Polytheistic Satanism, to me, that sounds more like Luciferianism, which is there's a separation between Satan, which is the angel that was by um, cast out of heaven. And then there's Lucifer, the snake in the garden, which are not considered to be the same creatures. Like Albert Pike was a Luciferian as well as a Christian. Um, Lucifer was more of a Prometheus type of figure. Oh shoot, Sarsentia, I haven't yet. Actually, wait, I think I did. Not the most recent ones. But I remember the one of the floor. Let me just see something quickly. It's been a great time. I've been busy, but it's been an absolute blast. So thank you so much, Eddie, for being here. Just trying to pull this up. I had a great weekend, by the way. I didn't mention it, but I had wrestling Friday, Saturday, and it was a blast. I hope everybody's doing well. Please take a moment. If you're just joining us, hit like, hit subscribe. I normally don't do streams for this long, but it's been a great stream. We still have 14 people watching, and we're like 5 hours in. No worries, Angry. I hope what I was saying made sense. I hope that I hope it made sense to you. And let me know. And don't forget to share this stream with your friends, with your brothers. I would truly, truly appreciate it. And we've got 15 people watching right now. I don't know what's for dinner tonight, Jeremy. I haven't decided yet. Maybe more cheese, crackers, chips. Maybe just another smorgasbord, because I do love food like that. Although we have the festival happening right in front of my building. I love festivals. I love fairs. They're my favorite things in the world. So maybe I'll check those out. Awesome, Angry Angel. Although I will say, YouTube is good enough and kind enough to very often do some auto translation for me. They usually translate in 8 different languages. I can't remember if German is one of them, but they may be able to find my stuff in their mother tongue. And thank you, YouTube, for that. I very much appreciate it. But we are moving towards 5,000 subs. I appreciate everybody who's helped make this possible thus far. I'm truly, truly grateful. I'm hoping I can get to 5,000 in the next couple months. So please hit like, please hit subscribe. Any thoughts you guys have on Freemasonry that you want to share, please let me know. Indiana to Canada, 10? It depends what part of Indiana, I suppose. But I'm thinking, 5 hours to Chicago, and then from Chicago, 5 hours to Detroit, and then you cross the border there. So maybe 10 altogether. I don't think much more than that. If you ever want to come up to Windsor, you're more than welcome. You can hang out at the coffee club. It'd be great to see you there. Would be truly, truly obliged. And I'm always supporting, as I just had a whole discussion about we within Freemasonry and how and why we should be supporting our local economies. Jeremy, you coming up would be a huge help supporting our local economies. So, take you out for dinner, whatever it might be. Mostly they'll come to the Masonic Temple. It's so beautiful. Hello, Libred Moreno. How's it going? So many Masonic buildings have some version of this. This is definitely not unique to Freemasonry. Or sorry, not unique to Windsor, but in Windsor, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8:30 to 10:30, we have a Windsor Masonic Temple Coffee Club. It's $2 for bottomless cup of coffee. It's mostly Masons, bunch of old dudes hanging out, and some young guys as well, hanging out, chatting about Freemasonry, talking about the cost of gas, talking about their kids, their grandkids. It's primarily for people who are a bit older and are retired, but we have lots of people hanging out of all different ages who will stop by for a quick coffee. It's just $2 for bottomless cup of coffee, and then $1 on top of that for a bagel, food, whatever it might be. How can you go wrong with that? So I hope you guys will consider checking it out. I mean, many Masonic buildings have them. And if they don't, I would strongly recommend that Masonic lodges consider organizing a coffee club. They're relatively easy to organize. I mean, you can check with things like insurance, whatever, but usually there's not a lot of issues around that, and they're easy to resolve. And you can absolutely like it's a great informal opportunity to learn about what's happening in your district, what's happening with Freemasonry. Um, so where are you, Libra? Because very often Google will publish, like a lodge will, or a Masonic building or a lodge will publish public events happening in their area for you to check out. But they may even publish like Masonic meetings. Technically, they're exclusively for Masons, but you would at least know that people would be there and you could approach them and express your interest in joining. Where's Turlock, California? I've been to California a couple times, Los Angeles and San Francisco. Freed Brown? Okay. Let me see. I'm just looking up if I can find anything. By the way, Libra, please hit like and subscribe. Librado. If you've not done so already. If you have already subscribed, then thank you for being here. Population 72,740. So smallish town. Awesome, Jeremy. Gambling addiction could be a big issue. You're not wrong. Oops. I looked up Turlock, California Masonry, and it gave me a bunch of there it is. Turlock Masonic Lodge, number 236. Do they have a website? Well, they have a website. Let's see if how up to date it is. They have a contact us page as well. So lodge236.freemason.org looks like they have a website where you can hit the contact. They don't, looks like they have, upcoming events. They have a calendar as well. So you should be able to find stuff online easy enough. At the very least, you can send them an email and just express your interest in learning more about them, taking a tour of the building, things like that, is usually a pretty good place to start. Awesome. And yeah, there's a contact us page as well. Even if they're not planning any public events right now, again, just contacting them. They may have a lot of lodges, like my Masonic Lodge, we have a banquet and a dinner before our meetings. And very often we'll invite people interested in Freemasonry to join us just to learn more about the craft. It's really fun. And to hang out with us. And thank you, everybody, as always, for the support. We are still getting closer and closer to 5,000 subs. Hey, Canada, we welcome you. Canada is one of those countries. One of the things I love about it is come one, come all. Nope. Pepsi. I just discovered today, interestingly enough, that Pepsi and Coca-Cola were both founded by Freemasons. So you talk about, all the people who always say, like, oh, Freemasons look out for each other and never compete against each other. Clearly, that's not the case, right? If we within Freemasonry are creating two competing soda brands, I think it's obvious that that's not the case. Do lowly members? No, they do not. Although honestly, consider yourself, I don't think that's the worst idea. You learn far more about Freemasonry by being of service than you do by being in leadership. I can promise you that. Although leadership is a type of service. I'm not a huge fan of it, but Yellowstone, it's this TV show about cowboys. But there was this one episode where one of the cowboys mentioned, he didn't miss low man work, which was the work you do when you're brand new and starting. And the guy in charge of the ranch said, low man work is what makes you a cowboy. Sometimes being the lowest man on the totem pole and actually working and acting like you're the lowest man on the totem pole is not a bad way to gain respect for an organization and to, become better within it. One of my favorite quotes actually about Freemasonry is art without audience. And I got that from Yellowstone, where somebody said being a cowboy is art without audience. So people think Masons rule the world. Part of it is because in the past there were presidents and prime ministers who were Freemasons, also plumbers. But yeah, the fact that Freemasons, 15 or 16 presidents have been Freemasons can make people think that way. Very often, though, in my opinion, it is a codependent relationship on conspiracy. If you're struggling in your life, and unfortunately many people are, and you don't know how to fix it, it's easier to create and look at conspiracy theories and accuse the conspiracy, the Masons are ruling the world. That's why I can't get ahead. That's why I'm struggling so much. It's unfortunate when those things happen and when people believe those things, but it does happen. But I think that's a lot to do with it. And then people just spreading nonsense on social media and people not having the media training to see that it is nonsense and deal with it in an appropriate way. Um, Jeremy, that is cool. But apparently the founder of Pepsi was as well. So there you go. We got both. We are going to keep hanging out. I think what I may do, because this day has been going really well, it's rare that I'll still have 14 people watching at 5 hours in. Um, Whatever you say, just when I'm sick. Isn't that one of the things people always say? They like Vernors just when they're sick. I do, but my favorite type of like soft drink is actually ginger beer, which tastes a little bit like ginger ale, but it's a lot stronger. It's non-alcoholic, despite the fact that it's called ginger beer, but it's really good. So that's the one I would go with. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this stream until 7. Then I'm going to take a break from 7 till 8:30. Then I'm going to come back on, stream from let's say 8:30 to midnight, take a last break, then maybe start up again at 1 o'clock, just because it seems like there's quite the audience floating around today, and I'm not tired at all. So maybe I'll keep going for a little bit longer. Thank you, whatever you say. I do want to check out that there's a conference happening at Caesars Windsor. There's also the carnival in front of me, and I gotta take part in that as well because I love carnivals. It's my favorite thing in the world. I wish that we as Freemasons would spend more time creating like booths at carnivals and stuff. We could do a lot of fun with it, but some do. Like Texas does a lot of special events at carnivals, especially Texas Masonic Retirement Community. So I'll get some dinner in another 30 minutes, Jeremy. If you want to help me pay for dinner, do a super chat. I don't think they have elephant ears down there. I will say, I love World's Finest Shows, and I'm grateful for all that they do. So thank you. But it makes me very sad because in years gone by, they had a trailer that sold those mini donuts and coffee. And I remember when I worked at the jail, every morning I would wake up early, I'd go down to the carnival, and they would actually have the donut coffee stand open for the carnival workers who were, setting up the rides and stuff. So I would get a dozen mini donuts, and a coffee first thing in the morning. I would go to work. Then I would come back from work. I would go back to the carnival. I would get another dozen donuts and another coffee. And now we don't have that anymore. And yes, I know I'm always saying be healthy. And yes, I know I'm just saying I would eat 24 mini donuts in a day, but do as I say, not as I do, will be my philosophy on this one. If you would do that, that'd be very kind of you. I'd appreciate that. It might be hard to mail, but hey, you do you, and I wish you the best of luck. What is your favorite type of pizza? Well, you sent one to me. I much appreciate it. Or a better question yet, do you have a favorite slice of pizza? For me, pepperoni and mushroom or pepperoni and roasted red peppers are both my favorites. And nothing's wrong with going with the classics, by the way. Although I will say, I know I've said this before, we in within Freemasonry or within Windsor, excuse me, are known for our pizza. So I think that's a really cool thing to keep in mind. Oh, Librard going, or Librado, excuse me, going, going different. Okay, I mean, I'm usually not a fan of white sauces on pizza. I'm usually not a fan of them, period. But I will say, on a pizza, it's okay. It's all right. I would still prefer tomato or even barbecue sauce. I remember once having this pizza. I think it used to be a Domino's, where um, it was Domino's pizza. It was chicken with barbecue sauce. It was really, really good. So that was quite good. Do fledgling lodges hold meetings? Well, so if before you can become an official Masonic lodge, one of the things, I've tried it, Jeremy, I don't mind it. There's this pizza place in Chicago, in actually Glenview, which I can't think of the name of it now. Hold on one second. I'll be very sad because it's a really good pizza place and I'm there all the time. Which has really good pizza, and I would always get pizza with anchovies on there. But they don't taste bad. They don't taste bad at all. So, if you are a new lodge and you want to join, well, if you are just starting out as a lodge, right? You're not going to be allowed to start out as a lodge unless you have an official place that you can meet, and that has been approved by Grand Lodge. So if you want to meet in a Masonic in somebody's home, like you'd have to get permission in advance from the Grand Lodge, but you should have a place set up. It is. I just had it here. Vicino's. Vicino's Pizza Company. I can't believe I forgot the name of it. They have really good they have really, really good pizza, which includes having anchovies on it. So I'm sure many people have at some point or another, just like me, purchased pizza from here. So it's very good. Good deep dish as well. Silence and violence. Well, I mean, Master Masons may have unfortunately had experience dealing with a brother in an active addiction in a Masonic content and just feels like, you know what, it would be just too hard. It wouldn't be worth it. Um, dealing with the brother showing up to lodge while intoxicated, things like that. I mean, that's very possible. I don't know. It's tough to say. I don't know what I would do in that circumstance. I mean, my assumption is I would probably say no, but I don't know. I mean, is it possible that, as somebody pointed out, ultimately admitting him could be the thing that turns his life around or helps him turns his life around? I mean, it would just depend. Part of, like I've said before, consider yourself joining a Masonic lodge is a leap of faith, and it's a leap of faith on both sides. The person doing the joining is taking a leap of faith that they will enjoy Freemasonry and it's going to be for them, and the lodge admitting the person is taking a leap of faith that the person will be a good fit for Freemasonry, because you can never know for sure for anybody. But part of the way to reduce that leap of faith is to spend time getting to know them, going out for coffee with them, going out for dinner, inviting them to the lodge for dinner. If they're regularly showing up intoxicated, if they're regularly showing up drunk, whatever it might be, you can get a pretty good estimate that they probably have some problems. One of the things we have within Freemasonry is what's called the investigation committee. And the purpose of the investigation committee is to talk to not just the Mason himself, but his family to see if the family has any concerns. Maybe the wife has heard negative things about Freemasonry and wants to ask about it, or who knows what it could be, right? And in that process, maybe the family says something, or, again, we might not know. It's very possible that somebody could have an active addiction, could also be very, very good at hiding it, and we just never find out. Um, until they join, or who knows, or there are some Masons, I'm sure, who um, are currently very active in Freemasonry and are also very active in addiction and are just really good at hiding it. You just do your best, and so long as you can say you did your best, whatever happens happens. um, I mean, unfortunately, consider yourself, in theory you're right, but I've been to lodges, and many people have been to lodges where a Mason has shown up drunk. Sometimes he's just asked to leave and it's ignored and he gets a ride home. We don't let him drive drunk, obviously. It's one of those things. Humans are humans, and you don't always know the best approach to take to these things. I missed a bunch of stuff. I have no idea what this is discussing or talking about. Oh, Carmelo Anthony? No idea. I've heard that name. I have no clue. He stabbed somebody, right? I don't know. It was a track meet. The name's popped up on my social media feed, but I don't know what it's about. I mean, I all I'll say is I worked in a jail for many years. I was a probation officer for many years. I worked with people in charge, convicted of all sorts of crimes and charged with all sorts of crimes. In my experience, jail is sometimes necessary, but it's never the best option, and it should never be the first option. It should be the option of last resort. It may have been necessary in this case. I just don't know. Well, I mean, crime of passion is, I don't know if you can use that to necessarily excuse any criminal act. I mean, I don't know. I used to know this type of stuff. I'm a civilian now. The difference between a crime of passion and, like, intention versus not intention is, I think, what you're getting at. I mean, there are instances, like, I used to tell this story all the time. There have been many instances of two people getting into a fight outside of a bar. One person throws a punch, the person gets knocked out, hits his head on the concrete and dies. Which is why you need to be so careful. I mean, that wasn't intended, but there was a real and legitimate risk that throwing that punch would result in that. So you have to keep in mind. I mean, 20 years to 35 years, I don't know. I mean, usually I would say, again, I have to look into this more. I would usually say whatever the maximum sentence is, that's what you should go with, because otherwise, why have a maximum sentence? Seems to kind of defeat the purpose of it. But maybe the law is such that you're allowed to exceed the maximum sentence if you are under extenuating circumstances. I mean, 35 years is a lot, but assuming, so it sounds like he was in high school, so let's assume he's 18 at the moment, uh, 28, 38, 48. He'll be 53 when he gets out. That's still time to have a life of some sort, and it sounds like the victim is not going to have any life, so I don't know. I need to look more into it. Based on the very little I know, I'm not particularly concerned about it, or it doesn't look to me concerning, but I would need to know more details. Um, Nice try, the Furio. Nice try. I mean, we don't know what happened. We weren't there. I guess. Look, I don't think this is the place to. I don't think this is a place to be legislating or going over a court case once again. Um, we there's judges and there's juries and there's a court and the court made its decision and that's the end of it, right? They can appeal if they want, I suppose, and we'll see if they do or if they don't. Um, what I would say is I used to give this spiel a million times to people in custody. If whatever it is that brought you into jail, it sucks. Um, Um, and I'm not going to pretend like I don't care whether you deserve it or not. Being in jail sucks, period. But you can still, with your time in jail, do things to try to improve your situation as much as possible. You can go to counseling programs and counseling services. You can get an education. You can take job training programs. You can you can treat the correctional officers with respect. You cannot be a dick, and you can find ways. You can, you know, try to make the best of a really, really shitty situation. What more can you do than that, right? And then 35 years from now, maybe you'll have a shot at not necessarily the life you wanted, but at a life nonetheless. Um, I will say this, though, Silence is Violence. If someone ever said to me, you don't know what I have in this bag, I would never respond to them with, this is a safe town. You don't have anything in that bag. That's an insane thing to say. I would never say that. Um, and this is something I talked with a lot of guys about when I was working in custody. A lot of guys love to be like, they would tell people all the time, like, try me, or you ain't gonna do nothing, or you ain't gonna do this or that. It's like, all it takes is the one guy who says, you know what, I'm gonna call that bluff, and I don't care what happens. And like, if someone ever said, like, I have a weapon of some sort, I'm not gonna tell them no, they don't, because what possible benefit could that be? If they don't have a weapon, okay, I guess I'm in no better or worse shape. But if they do have a weapon and they decide to prove it, like, you don't have to be the toughest guy in the room. You don't have to be the toughest guy at the track meet. Um, and if somebody says, just look at what I got, I would not be calling them out on it. Um, we got a debate happening. I mean, whatever you say in silence, neither one of you guys are on the jury. There was a jury, the jury made its decision, and that, to me, that should be the end of it. I'm not a big fan of relitigating stuff in the social media sphere. Even when I was working in the jails, um, and people would come into custody and then there'd be news reports about them. I was never a big fan of that. I don't think it's helpful. I think what matters now is just for, I guess, Carmelo Anthony to try to use his time in custody and make the best of the crummy situation he's in. So when he gets released, he has, a chance at some type of life. And for the family to hopefully find with 35 years some peace and some closure, as hard as it is, I'm sure. And for everybody to take some lessons from this. I think the biggest lesson they can take um, is none of this is worth it, right? From what I understand, just from what I read here, none of this was worth it. I don't need to be the biggest and toughest guy by, telling somebody you ain't going to do anything. I also don't need to do anything and ruin my whole life and take somebody else's life, which is even worse, right? It's all fine when it's someone else's life until it's someone else's life. So, I don't know, for whatever that's worth. Um, oh, geez. Jeremy, that's a pretty funny joke. I'll take it. If someone is saying, I mean, if someone says, try me, you won't do anything, I mean, I don't know if that's incitement to violence or not, but I'm not trying him. I don't need to be tough. I don't need to be cool. And I don't need to look tough. I don't need to look cool, right? Why am I going to try him? Even if, like, first of all, he could have a weapon, literally, and then I'm stabbed, I'm shot, who knows what happens to me. But maybe I'm able to actually win and beat him. Even if I'm going to argue it was an incitement to violence, it, first of all, do I want to go through all the expense of needing to get a judge or needing to get a lawyer and go to court and blah, blah, blah? And despite what the conspiracy theories say, being a Freemason does not guarantee you'll get out of jail or anything like that. You still have to go through the whole process. You miss work. You have a lawyer. Maybe you get found not guilty, fine, but you still went through all of that and the emotional trauma of taking someone's life. But also, maybe you are found guilty. There's no guarantees, and now you're in jail, right? And also, maybe you don't kill the guy, but maybe the guy has, in the scuffle, you scrape your knuckles. He's got a cut. Maybe you scrape your knuckles on his teeth. He has a disease of some sort. Now you're dealing with that. It's just I cannot imagine a world in which, unless I'm in a corner and have no chance of escape, or I need to defend someone I love. Otherwise, the best self-defense martial art is track and field. I'm running away. Incite me all you want, No, unknown, Freemason does not mean free house, but you know what is a free thing to do, to hit the like button and the subscribe button, and I would be truly, truly grateful and truly appreciative. I'm getting close to 5,000 subs. I'm on my way. So help a brother out. Help me get to 5,000. Hit like, hit subscribe. The way we get there is one subscriber at a time. I mean, you got to be really careful. I mean, silence. I can't speak for the family. What I will say is, um, it's a you have to be really wary of like GoFundMe's in general, and things of that nature, right? I'm not going to take any specifics. I'm just going to say always double check what they're doing and where they're going. I'm not opposed to public defenders per se. I mean, they can do good work. To my experience, whether you're a public defender or $1 million an hour lawyer, a lot of it comes down to how much you care. Um, Robert De Niro, I don't think you are Robert De Niro. Um, I'm putting you guys both in timeout because this is getting annoying. I was born in 83. Um, so we are about 5 years apart, give or take. 6 years. But Robert De Niro, if you were really cool, you would hit that like and subscribe button. I'm going to be ending this stream in about 13 minutes. And then I'll be back on at around 8:30 after I get some dinner and check out some cool things. Raf, I don't know. I didn't want to time you. I don't want to time out silence is violence and um the other one. Because I was tired of hearing arguments about something I know nothing about. I have no idea if you had a public defender or not. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Public defenders, I've known enough public defenders that, I don't know, or enough people working in the criminal justice system that work for the public side of it. Hello, Austin. Welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed my stream earlier today where we talked about Freemasonry and economic benefits that Freemasonry provides to the communities in which it's located, specifically through tourism and tourist engagement, which I really enjoy. I really enjoy talking about. So we'll be finishing this stream in about 13 minutes. Then we'll be back on with a stream at 8:30. And I may do a somewhat semi 24-hour live stream today, just because we're getting a lot of people joining, for which I'm grateful. But it seems as though, like I said, we're getting a lot of people jumping on, and I don't necessarily want to see that that momentum drop. So give the stream a chance to reset, maybe give myself time to go on my other channel, and we'll go from there. But I'm at 67 watch time hours, which is incredible to see. I can't smell anybody through the screen. Roach. I know I got a big nose, but I can't smell anything through the screen. But I think whatever happens with Carmelo Anthony, it's just a sad situation. I think it's a sad situation for everybody. It sucks. Let that be a lesson. And knowing almost nothing about the trial, it seems like a reasonable sentence to me. Retro Rocket, Trump is not a Freemason. I don't know where exactly the conspiracy theory came from that Trump is a Freemason, but he's not. At least I've never seen any evidence that he is. The last uncontested, when I say contested, I mean the president that everybody who's a Mason agrees was a Freemason. The last one was Gerald Ford. After that, some people will argue Joe Biden was or is a Freemason, that he was made a Freemason on the last day in office, made a Mason on site. I don't know. I don't think he was. It depends. It's controversial. No, no. To be a Freemason, I mean, you don't have to tell anybody you're a Freemason. I think we should be willing to. I think it only helps. It just helps the craft if we are willing to tell people that we're a Freemason. But you certainly don't have to. And it's not. I'm not allowed to tell people who isn't a Freemason. That's not right either. I can tell, if somebody gives me permission, I can do it. That's why I, for example, have streams. Sure. I mean, I would say, Roach, as a general rule, Freemasons shouldn't lie. And that's not about any one thing. Like when I say that, I don't mean Freemasons shouldn't lie about what, like Freemasons just shouldn't lie, period. But some Masons may lie about it, some Masons may not if they're just more private individuals. Are you a subscriber? Rise is battle. Tell you what, if you subscribe, I will let you know what my affiliations are. Keep in mind, if you are if you're in a Masonic lodge, you cannot ask me that, because we're not allowed to discuss politics or religion while in a Masonic lodge. Retro Rocket, if you want to learn the modes of recognition, you got to join. I don't think I want lizard people running things. I think that would be too, I don't think that'd be fun. I think it'd be a pain in the butt. Lizard people already run things. No, they don't. No conspiracy theories with your conspiracy theory nonsense. We're just going to give this another 8 minutes. Wait to see who else jumps in to say hello. Like I said, then I'll be gone from about 7 to 8:30, but you can expect me back on around 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Someone's been watching too much They Live. Why do you say I'm not a real Mason, Roberto Davila 3724? What makes you say that? I mean, I'm not going to agree or disagree automatically. I'm just going to ask you what makes you say that. One of these. I'm traveling to the east, but I'm not a big fan of those type of questions. I'd rather just tell you, I am the worshipful master of Border Cities Lodge number 554, past master of Windsor Lodge 403, and Harmony 579. And by the way, I don't even like that as a general question because the implication there is you're traveling to the east because that's where the worshipful master sits. What if you already been a worshipful master, right? Or, I mean, I don't know if you're doing emulation ritual in third degree, but those type of things. Another one you always get is like, how old is your mother? Which is meant to reference how old your Masonic lodge is. I've never been a huge fan of those kind of things. Just ask me what lodge I'm a member of and what my office is. I think that's the better way to do it. Also, because a lot of newer Masons, they don't know the call and response stuff. Because it's one of those things you kind of learn as you go. Okay, cool. Mountain Tom Lodge in Massachusetts. I sadly have never been to a Masonic lodge in Massachusetts. I would love to get there. I'm actually a member of 5 Masonic lodges altogether. Right, current worshipful master of Border Cities Lodge number 554, meets out of Windsor, Ontario. Then I am a past master of Harmony Lodge 579, Windsor Lodge 403. And then I'm a member of Tranquility Lodge 2000 out of Texas and Lodge Holy Land number 50 out of Israel. Okay, so you're a member of 2 Masonic lodges, both past masters. Mount Tom Lodge in Massachusetts, Sherwood Lodge in Feeding Hills. Is that in Massachusetts as well? Yes, the Grand Lodge of Israel. Freemasonry, people don't realize there is Freemasonry in Israel. Sorry, not in Israel, excuse me, in the Middle East. There's lodges in Israel. There's also lodges in Lebanon under the grand jurisdiction of Scotland, if I recall it correctly. There's also lodges in Jordan. There's also Masonic lodges on military bases throughout the Middle East. And there's even the Masonic Lodge of Iran in exile, which currently meets out of Los Angeles, if I recall correctly. Whether I'm gay or straight doesn't matter. OMZ, Freemasonry, it's about the internal, not external qualifications of man. It's between Massachusetts and Connecticut. Okay, cool. So 2 lodges. It keeps you busy, that's for sure. So it's the same reason I'm part of Tranquility Lodge out of Texas, right? There are some lodges that are designed. They're almost a good way to think about them is as affinity lodges is one term you could use, or they're kind of like affiliate or affinity lodges, right? Tranquility Lodge is named after Tranquility Valley or the Sea of Tranquility, where the lunar module landed. It's a lodge based on a celebration of space flight, space exploration, and a hope that one day Freemasons will actually be able to meet on the moon. So I joined that lodge, even though I can't visit it because I think it's just cool and I love space travel. The Middle East, I I guess I would be considered a Zionist. I don't know. I believe in a two-state solution. I have a lot of friends who are from Israel, but I also just I know a lot of Masons from there of all different faiths and religions. And after October 7th, I wanted to support the Masonic Lodge. Not necessarily the people, sorry, not necessarily the government. I have some real issues with the government right now in Israel, but the people and the Masons I want to support. And I thought joining a Masonic Lodge in Israel, at least it supports them financially, and supports the lodge financially, and shows that Freemasonry can survive even incredibly challenging times. So I'm happy and proud to be a member of it. I do hope one day there's a two-state solution. I think that's the best option. I don't know. I guess we'll see what's going to happen. I think there's just been a lot of tragedy and heartache, and my view on it is I want my Masonic brothers, I don't care where they live, to be okay and to be safe, and I want to be able to support them. Even there's Masons in Gaza and the West Bank. There's Masonic aid workers. I know a couple, so there's Masons throughout the Middle East. Um, LBJ was a Freemason. In fact, LBJ was my favorite, is my favorite president of all time. Maybe George Washington is up there. Um, is it? I mean, if you want to, Robert. I mean, is it really worth joining any rite in Freemasonry? It depends what your heart is telling you. I have known a lot of York Rite Masons, and they love it, and it gives them a lot of joy. I just think so long as you don't burn yourself out, that's the key, right? Freemasons did not take out Kennedy. Whatever you say, the Civil Rights Act. Um, the Masonic Lodge does not have the rebuilding of the temple as a goal. Some Masons, based on their religious beliefs, may. It's not one of my goals, and I've never heard it brought up in any Masonic meeting. So, I mean, I don't know. I think there's some religious connotations to this idea of rebuilding the temple. I don't know. I think the political fallout of it would be too great, and I don't think we need to be complicating an already complicated situation. No, they did not. 3933. LBJ is my favorite president because of the Civil Rights Act. Um, Domo Cost. Is it true that atheists cannot be Freemasons? So, to be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. That's an Enlightenment era term. Under the most technical definition, if you're an atheist, you could not be a Freemason. However, in my experience, um, the term supreme being is usually broadly defined that a lot of people that would be considered atheists can sometimes join. Like for me, my supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science and as expressed through geometry. Some people have claimed, I am an atheist because that's what I believe. I wouldn't consider myself such, but I always tell guys, go to the lodge, and if you're worried about that, just go to the lodge and explain what you believe, and they will, they will let you know. But don't do the work for the lodge. Roach, no, not because of Vietnam. I think he messed up greatly on Vietnam. However, because he continued that war, if I recall. However, at the national level, I think the Civil Rights Act was so important that and the fact he got it passed as a politician, that was incredible, right? Um, I took my oath on the volume of the sacred law. I'm not going to, tell you what specific one because I just called it the volume of the sacred law. But I have seen oaths taken on a Quran. I've seen it taken on a Torah. I've seen it taken on an eagle feather for the First Nations, brother. I've even seen it, I've heard, actually didn't see it, but I was told by a couple of Wiccan Freemasons, Wiccan, that they actually took their obligation using stones or gems as a sign of their faith. Right? The issue is there's two reasons you need to believe in a supreme being. One of the reasons is it's tradition, and Freemasons love tradition. But the main reason is, if you're taking an obligation, ultimately you're taking an obligation to yourself. And that obligation, I don't care. I've always said this. You never promise anybody anything. Every promise is inward. If I tell my friend, I promise you I'll show up to your place at 9 o'clock to help you move, I'm not really making him a promise. I'm making myself a promise that I will be a man of my word and stick to it. And if I break that, it shouldn't hurt my friend's conscience. It should hurt my conscience. It should be a sting to me because ultimately, I let myself down through letting my friend down. So, requiring a belief in a supreme being, it reminds you that when you're taking an obligation, you're taking it to yourself. And if you break that obligation, it doesn't reflect on anybody other than you and your own conscience. Because of that, you believe in a supreme being, you take it on a volume of sacred law. But again, I've seen a lot of different volumes used and heard a lot of different volumes used, and I think that's absolutely correct. I think the beautiful thing about Freemasonry is it's men of all different faiths and all different beliefs joining together for a common purpose and a common desire. That being to help make the world a better place, or at least make themselves better. Um, I mean, if it's that strong, Domakas, then no, I don't see how you could. But again, I'm a Freemason, and my belief, my supreme being, is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science. Like the way I've described it before, in Ontario, that's my jurisdiction, you need to be able to answer three questions. You need to believe in a supreme being, you need to believe that supreme being has made his will known to man, and you need to believe the supreme being favors virtue. And I can say that the rational nature of the universe is all three. You as well, Robert, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would really, really appreciate it. Um, that's fair. I mean, it's hard to separate LBJ and the kind of the, for lack of a better term, fiasco that was Vietnam. But I think the good that he did with the Civil Rights Act, I don't know if it would have been passed anyways. I think you needed a politician like LBJ to get it through, and getting it passed early is better. So, Ron John, it's going well. Thank you for being here. Salamas, hello. Please hit like and subscribe. We are going to be ending this stream soon because I need to get some food. I'll be back on at 8:30 because people, I don't remember the last time I was going for this long and still had 13 people watching by the end of it. So that's a good sign. I'll be back on at 8:30. I'll see you guys soon. I'll think of some other topics to bring up when it comes to Freemasonry. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a great rest of your day. 8:30 p.m. Eastern or thereabouts, approximately.